You know when you're ready.
Yes, I'm good.
Ian, we're missing Ian.
He's putting the
He was doing
dishes in the
dishes.
dishwasher.
Oh, thank you.
She's already.
Welcome, everybody, to this special council meeting of February 21st, 2024, budget meeting. For some of us, the most fun meeting of the year. Yes, Jody. Before we go to the approval of the agenda, Deputy Mayor, you would read the land acknowledgement.
Certainly. We would like to acknowledge that we are meeting here today in Kesputuik, one of the 7 districts of Mi'kma'ki, homeland of the Mi'kmaq people. We acknowledge the treaties of peace and friendship, and we thank the Mi'kmaq people for their generosity in sharing their homeland with us. We are all treaty people.
Thank you. And Deputy Mayor, a motion to approve the agenda, please. And
I'll have to borrow your notes. I would like to move that we approve the agenda.
a seconder, please. Thank you, Councillor Butler. Are there any additions to the agenda, changes? Seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That's passed. We have no minutes for this meeting. And do we have anybody online for public input? I don't see anyone in the gallery. Oh, okay. Then we can get right to the most exciting part of our year, and that is the staff report for discussion, the version 2 of the budget presentation, and Director Lake. Over to you.
Yeah, I thought maybe we could start with just quick introduction of Beth. Has that already happened and I wasn't here? Okay.
Thank you.
So Beth Hopkins is our new finance director. I don't know if she would want to say just a couple things or if we could.
Yes, you do. Not because we can't hear you, but because the people in the virtual world won't hear you.
Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. This is my 2nd full week with the town of Wolfville, and everyone has been very welcoming and excited to have me on, and I'm equally sharing that this reciprocal emotion. Thank you for allowing me to sit in on this meeting, and hopefully we will have some great conversations, and I know Dr. Lake will take it from there, but thank you.
Thank you for remembering that, Devin.
Okay. So Laura, do I need to do something before? There you go. It's weird, it's actually not there. Eh? There it is. There we go. Good. Sorry about that. Technical difficulties. Okay, so I'm gonna try to lead us through a bit of a discussion with the support of other folks here, obviously. And so what we're hoping to do is talk a little bit about how we're going to get through this budget this year, from today moving forward to the end of March. Talk about some of the directions, and really that's the focus today, is making sure that staff have clear direction on what we want to include in really the next round of the budget. Beth is just getting here. So we're probably not going to get into the weeds of like Excel documents and different things, but obviously we can take a lot of feedback today, figure out what priorities are, making sure that we're hitting the mark. And we have updated from version 1 to version 2 with some of the new information that we have. And that was in the information report at the back. So there are a lot of details back there as well. But I think the important thing to keep in mind is just this morning at the announcement, for instance, that has bigger budget implications that we want to present to council with more detailed budget for the coming year with the Housing Accelerator Fund, for instance. And then there's some analysis and funding work that needs to be done depending on how we plan to move forward. The other thing that I believe we've done this in the past, but I can't remember when, but we thought it was important to bring back a bit of a year in review. So I'm going to go through that and just talk about the year past. Some of the projects obviously move from one year to the next. And in this previous year, there's a number of projects carrying forward. So I think it's helpful to also just go through that as a reminder. And then we've basically prepared some discussion pieces talking about the capital budget next year and the operations plan for next year. At 3:00, there are the one-time capital asks. There's 2 presentations that are going to come in. It was just convenient for the presenters to come in at that time. There wasn't really a rhyme or reason to 3:00. It was just availability. And then hopefully at the end we can get into a little bit more of the information in that report around particularly comfort around rates. And some other direction so we can bring back another version of the budget. So yeah, this is the sort of thing that I was just alluding to. So first I'll go through the year in review. And there's a bunch of key projects and direction that we will stop at. So just to give you a heads up of what those are, we are going to stop and talk about the leaf and yard waste, the compost facility. We're going to stop and talk, and Barb's going to come up for the diversity inclusion work planned. And we're also going to have a discussion about the Dykeland facility. So those are 3 key pieces that staff would like to talk about. There's obviously many other projects that we'll stop at. I'll leave it to the chair as far as I'm comfortable stopping at any point, but like the flow of the presentation doesn't rely on everything
For a
else.
break, you mean?
No, just for questions.
oh,
If
sure.
there's things that come up that people want to ask in the moment, I think that would be totally fine.
We might take a break, however, before the presenters at 3.
Okay.
in That window.
And then one of the other things to note just on the side of this page is I know that there was some interviewing with counselors just as far as the accessibility and the way that the operations plan was being used by council in particular. And we've tried to include some of that so it's a little bit easier to digest the big picture. So here's generally what we're doing this year. And then underneath of that, obviously, there's a lot more detail, both in the budget documents and in other reports that we have. So just the last thing on this page, we are planning a day of doing community engagement like we have in the past, and that has been scheduled for February 29th. So next week, we are going to have an open house as we've done, both in the afternoon and evening, some type of virtual, and then there's information on Wolfville Blooms as well for people to interact with. So I think some feedback on that as we get into this, maybe more towards the end of the day, once we see where the comfort levels are and what kind of directions being provided coming out of this meeting. Our hope is at March 5th at Committee of the Whole, we would bring back another version of the budget. Let's also acknowledge that that's very soon. And so if that for whatever reason, needs to be the next week, that may be the reality. But we are aiming to hit the dates that are here. So March 5th, Committee of the Whole have a new version, close to final version. And then on March 19th, we'd be asking whether the budget would be approved at that point, at the will of council, obviously. I think that's all there. So I won't spend really any time on this. I put together some of these packages that were in your mailboxes, just more as sort of more tactile pieces that you can write on. And some of this is a reminder that certainly from a planning perspective, I end up doing all the time, which is just sort of going through what the policies are, what type of vision objectives that we're working towards. And so I'll just very quickly go through this. So this is just from our municipal planning strategy, talking about the overall vision of the town. On your far left there, a vibrant university town, a mix of small town livability and urban energy. I won't go on to read the entire thing, but that is the stated vision of the town longer term. And what we do and how we implement that budget is really done, or that vision is really done through the budget process. So I always say that this is really the greatest exhibition of our values, is what is in our budget and how we're moving towards these policies in the municipal plan. This is just another representation of that. I won't talk about this, but on the right there, you'll see the different community priorities that are in our municipal planning strategy. These all have different objectives and projects associated with them. And a lot of these you'll see translated directly as we get into more specifics. This is the four-year council strategic plan, and I've just included some of the other key plans here that we'll end up talking about today. So in the top left, there's the flood risk mitigation plan, the climate action plan. Bottom right there, there's the access by design, the community accessibility plan, and the bottom left, almost impossible to read, is our asset management plan from 2018. I thought it was important, just with all of the different potential that has been talked about with the university over the years, just to include some of their strategic directions again, just as a reminder, but also to see the alignment when you see them in the same package. And I think there is a tremendous amount of alignment. When Jody and Marcel were in here, we talking about the climate plan. There's a lot of overlap there and a lot of opportunity. I did highlight in yellow a new era of cooperation with question mark. So yeah, I'm gonna just, unless there's a question on some of that directional stuff, but I just wanted to quickly jump through that. Is anything there?
No, I didn't. No, I just wanted to comment on how helpful I thought this was. I found it very easy to read, and I like this comparison, or this inclusion of Acadia in this. I thought that was, anyway, I just wanted to say yes.
Comments? Seeing none, go ahead, Devin.
Okay, so this is just, again, I'm not going to go through this in tremendous detail, but there's probably a number of questions that'll emerge from this little segment here, which is a year in review from the year we're in currently, ending April 1. So we haven't, I can't remember in the last few years, but I don't think we've done this as part of the budget process, sort of a year in review. I stand corrected on that, but I think it is good to get some perspective on what we have done and sort of what council was able to do over the longer period. So these are just sort of, I guess, some reminders, but also I've said here some perspective. So this council has worked through over 2 years of a global pandemic. We do always have ambitious capital and operating programs, and a number of things end up coming up during the year. Some of these projects are quite complex or multi-year, and I'm using the word readiness there. And we've talked about this a lot in our capital program and bringing projects forward that are actually ready to go in the ground in the year that we're planning to do them. The uncertainty, I can't say this enough, just in my time working in the last few years, the amount of things that you really can't think would happen that have. So there's a lot of variables beyond our control. And many of these projects involve people that we really have no control over. So that could be partners or stakeholders, contractors that we're relying on. So there's a number of different factors, and this sort of reads like a list of excuses. You'll see that the year in review is actually very positive. I just think that it's important to have some perspective going into it. From a construction perspective, we did have an abnormal season as far as how much rain we had in this region. So it was a very challenging season to get things done. And then the final point here is just within our staff team, within our leadership team in particular, we have had some fairly significant change. I obviously wouldn't normally be sitting here during this part of the budget process. But right now we don't have a Parks and Recreation director. We have a relatively new director of engineering. We have an interim CAO at the moment, and our longtime director of finance, obviously, as everyone knows, just retired, and we have Beth coming on our team now. So just a bit of context. This is what my moment of humor, trying to show that things are complicated, and I think there's some assumptions based on what we do here that things should be a lot easier and simpler than they are. But this is just some examples of factors that are coming into play in the contemporary context of all the different challenges we're trying to weigh. There's a lot of information in the system, a tremendous amount compared to what would have been facing decision makers in the past. So this is also an ode to how difficult it is to sit in the chairs that you're sitting in right now. Staff certainly recognize that. So the year in review, we've tried to use a similar format than we've used with the accessibility planning, so that there's a bit of a language developed over time as to how things are being communicated as far as projects that are completed or significant progress as part of those. Projects that are underway, the middle icon there, things that are essentially going to happen, but they're being worked on. And then there's some projects that are not completed at all, and there may be direction required. So this is still a draft document. I hope that this can be helpful in communicating with the general public as well in a really simple format. I just have a note there on the side, like if there is any confusion within the document, it would be nice to hear that, so that when we do sort of publish the final versions, it can be easy for people to flip through and get a sense of what's going to be accomplished or what was accomplished in the year preceding. Okay, so this is a common slide for both the year past and the coming year. And I'm not sure we spend enough time talking about our core services. And so I know council is very familiar with these, but for people listening, I'll just go around here. So some of our core services are around customer service and communications, building, fire, and development services, all of the people management, HR, and the role that staff and council have interfacing with each other. We maintain parks, recreation facilities, trails through our parks department mostly. We have corporate services and what Jenny and Beth and other people that work at Town Hall do with administration and payroll. Obviously, the critical services of water, sewer, public works, plowing roads, salting, all of these things. And just to the right of this, we just have some considerations more at the council level, the top left one probably being the most important, that certainly Mike would often be talking about, which was, making decisions around service levels. And sometimes that for something simple might just be, we need another person if we want to maintain the trails at this level. And there's a number of other pieces there, but I think this is, again, a bit of food for thought around some of the structures that we have in place to deliver what really are the most important things in the town, these core services. So from a year in review perspective, the way we've sort of tried to capture this is all of these things have been happening as the year has gone on. There's been obviously some hiccups with certain things as we've gone through the year, as with any year. And all of these things are continuing to be services moving forward in the plan for next year. So we'll get into some maybe more project specific things. And these, like this piece right here is, I clipped this out of the operations plan that would have been approved last year. So this graphic, what happens in the ops plan, for those that aren't familiar, is we would have this graphic in there as a summary, and then there's a series of tables that go through all of these different projects. And so we tried to capture really in the broad strokes, have these things happened as sort of committed or described, or are they continuing to move forward? Is essentially what those check marks, little gear symbol, or X mean. And on all of these slides, some of these images may be completely related, and some of them I may have dropped into the last minute just to put something in the white space. So this one is obviously related, talking about inclusion. So I don't know if it would be helpful for me to talk about all of these projects. Some of these, it may be more helpful to talk about them in detail in the year moving ahead, but I'm happy to go through them all if you want, or we can sort of do that in more detail in the year ahead.
Maybe talking about ones that have a red X or a white X and a red background.
Okay.
If you look, everything else, those that don't have that seem to be well underway.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know what the rest of the council feels.
Or if there's one that you just want me to
Sure,
talk more about,
absolutely.
we can have, or someone else can talk about it. So the Mudley Fund development, we had some discussions. I think this has been on as far as we have the Mudley Fund, but it was more doing more with the Mudley Fund. So whether it was creating more of a structure around it, but also at the end of the day, creating more funds to distribute. And I don't want to speak for Nick, you might want to add something to this, but I think it was mostly a capacity issue, to be honest. I think there was some talk of having maybe a black tie event, or
Yes.
if
we
someone
did.
has, yeah. So there was some talk about that. And that was really some of the commitment that was in there, and why there's an X there is there were some very specific commitments that aren't necessarily even being worked on. We don't have a date set for something, sort of deal. It's not to say that that shouldn't be happening. And the way we've been talking about it more recently is really rolling that into some of our equity, diversity, and inclusion work. You'll see that in the slides further on. We have that included there.
Can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
Thanks. Not about the Mudley Fund. Yes, I think I sent actually a couple emails on the Mudley Fund and we sort of just stayed at ground zero, but happy to see it might continue. I'll be honest, when I read this summary, I struggled a smidgen because I'm like, if I looked at these circles and I saw ongoing and then a check mark, while I understand from an accessibility point from the scorecard was totally valuable, at the end of the day, I was like, I feel like it's kind of misleading as well, because it's a check mark that says we've done it and then we're ongoing. But so it's hard, I think, to match this to the operations plan that was done in the full detail. So where you had a section before this that said something about details, include further details in final version. How would that look and what would that be? Because I think, if I looked at EDI, for instance, yeah, we did this soups and sides, which is fantastic, awesome, check mark. But still clearly tons of work to do. And yet it looks like maybe we see it all the time. As a person who was reading this on the street, I don't know how they would interpret that. Because there's no detail behind it to say what it is. Even like the next one says active transportation, I don't jump ahead, but then, yes, no question, we finished Highland, or well, almost finished Highland, gonna finish that, but then we're still got tons of work left to do. So I was thinking about it from a citizen point of view and going, I'm not sure they would know how to understand this.
If I can just respond to that, in your example of accessibility, and I don't know if they're all like this, but the report, the current report is done, but now you're starting to work on, or will continue to work on the next report. So I wonder if all of them are like that. We're up to date, but it's not a finite project. Counselor
Especially,
Bingham?
sorry, thanks, Mayor. Especially when you look at social equity, the EDI is going to be ongoing anyway. So you're always going to have a green check mark and you're always going to have ongoing. So I see some of these projects as, I guess I'm really familiar with this because we use it in accessibility all the time. So I actually like it. So I think it's not going to be odd that you have in progress and working over a number of years along with that we've done work, right? So you look at Acadia, that's always going to be ongoing. So we'd never have a green check mark. It is like nice to have some green check marks if we've accomplished a lot of our deliverables. So I guess it's just all about kind of getting used to it. And maybe I'm just so familiar with it. And it's so plain language that from our committee point of view, they like it because they understand it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We used this when I was on accessibility last term. It isn't the circles and the question, it doesn't tell me anything. It says, yeah, we did some things and we're still working on it. We did some things and we're working on it. There's no, I'll say meat to it. Cause at the end of the day, if we'd have to go through and say, what did we finish on equity, diversity and inclusion to get a check mark? And this doesn't tell me, and nowhere in it did it tell me what it was. Where we did the last ones, you had some, not that I've ever liked, we've had this discussion, I think Barb did our interviews on it, like we've been sort of meshing this for a few years of our operations plan. Didn't like the first one, it was really hard and cumbersome, and then we revamped it a little bit, and then now we're revamping it a little smidgen again. And I think this as a highlight, great. I just would love to see if someone asked me, well, what did you finish in equity, diversity, inclusion? And I'd go, like that one we did too. Sorry, we did other things, but to list them behind it would be helpful because it's not, there's nothing tangible for me to grab onto and say, yes, we finished this. There's a check mark. Can you tell me what it is? And I'd
It's a
have to
good
think
summary
about it.
page, and we want a short.
I would
list.
like some, because it's really hard to explain that to someone else.
Yep.
And I won't know them all off the top of my head, that's for sure.
And I think each of these in those tables that's in the ops plan. So this is at the governance policy strategy level as a summary for council. This is what the intent of this was. The back end of this is the existing ops plan. And so as you go through those tables, if someone really wanted to dig in, it may actually be beyond those tables in some cases, like the accessibility plan implementation, for instance. You should probably open the accessibility plan, look at the report card. And some of the other ones would have reams of material if you really wanted to dig into it. But I share that concern as we were making this. So I actually appreciate you saying that, because some of them do seem really, if you're uninitiated, like, what are you talking about, so to speak? So I think we can work on, if we're going to package something to really summarize, we could have a bit of a list, a highlight list or something that could really break out the projects from an accomplishment perspective. If there's a green check mark, we should probably say what it was.
Counselor Ingham?
Yeah, so if we go back to accessibility, and Barb can add to this too, we do have a report card and it is coming to council for you to have a look at it. And that's how they do the deliverables in the report. So it has certain things that we've checked off, and then there's deliverables. So if we get more intense, I think this was more like a snapshot. Am I correct, Devin?
Absolutely.
And then,
yeah.
so I'm looking at this as a snapshot. If you want to have the deliverables, it has to be in a report similar, I'm looking at Barb here, to a report, because in our report on accessibility, we do have that. So if you want to speak to that, and I think it is a good method because it will say what we've done in EDI, it will say what we've done with Acadia, and then it will have a little circle of in progress and not done. So it breaks it down a little bit better.
Yeah, this is a very high level visual, kind of grounding you into, this is the massive amount of stuff that we've been working on. Much of it, of course, is ongoing. But what I'm hearing is that a little bit of narrative, probably similar to what you get in your CAO report.
Mhm.
Going with that, perfect. Great feedback. Thank you.
Because we're looking to package something that someone who has no idea what's going on should be able to go through. And the other thing I wrote down is there probably should be a bit of a front end to a year in review, just explaining like what this is and how to read it. And if you want more information, you can dig into these different places. Yeah. Anything else on this one?
Good to go on.
I'm just going to take some notes as we go here. Sorry. So this is the economic prosperity, economic development piece of the operations plan again from last year. So I won't go into any great detail, but a lot of these are year-over-year projects. I would say like something in the top left, the creating opportunities for expansion and attraction. Some of that was around the C2 work that has kind of started and stopped a couple of times. We certainly intend to keep moving forward with that. And with the Housing Accelerator announcement this morning, some of that is tied into doing the plan review that we want to take on. And so some of this we can package together, which is also really helpful with the additional capacity. Don't know if there's any other pieces to highlight there, if anyone wants to ask questions or comment. Good.
Just give me a second. So somewhat back to our last communication, working toward how is the working toward library and town hall? I understand it's work in progress, but at what point does it garner a check? Because many of these are collaborating with our business community. That's a work in progress.
Some of these had very specific deliverables. So the time, like within those tables that are in the ops plan. And so if most of or all of the very specific things were carried out, we would have put a check. With the combined library and town hall, some of that is contingent on things like the fire hall and has a number. I didn't really want to put a check there. The next piece from that project specifically was getting into an RFP and into procurement around that.
Okay, so green checks might not be done, but they're just a little more tangible than this.
Yeah.
Thank you.
This is the next bucket of projects. So these are climate action pieces. And to the mayor's point, I mean, the bottom one is a good example of that as well, where Alex and I have had a number of conversations, meetings, different things around the flood risk study implementation, and that's really protecting the inner harbor area. But we really wouldn't put a check there until the whole thing is brought up and we've implemented those things. Obviously, the big piece here is around active transportation and some of the work that's moving forward there. And I'm not sure there's another piece worth diving into here.
Councillor Palmer.
Just on a flood risk one, Devin, when do we expect the next step on that?
So we've kind of been trying to move in lockstep with the Department of Agriculture. So they have this $50 million piece with the Bishop Beckwith and the Grand Prairie Dike. And getting some of their design parameters established was a big part of their process. So really it's how high are the dikes going to go to? And I think they're in a better position now to do that. I think what we'll probably see from an actual construction perspective is probably three to 5 years to see those projects actually playing out. For us, what I've been working on in the background is trying to talk to some of the experts in this area, organizations like CB Wetlands. There's a professor at St. Mary's that I've had a couple of calls with to try to better inform the approach that we're taking around our waterfront. It's a little more complicated where it's a public space. There were working wharves there. Than what Department of Agriculture is dealing with in some of their sections, which is, a piece of agricultural land and the water. So trying to bring forward a bit more of an integrated project delivery on that.
I guess my concern on that would be, you know, as we get, you know, more extreme storms, we get another Saxby gale, we're toast. I mean, that would be a disaster for the waterfront, and that could be tomorrow. So I would stress that we need to get that moving, you know. I know that
Yeah.
we're waiting for and it's for all the dikelands, so it's not just here, but we get the wrong storm and it's serious.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think some of the work that's needed there to bring it up, and given where our current levels are, there's an absolute sense of urgency around that.
Deputy Mayor?
Just wanted to add information on that topic from Pam Davidson and Lyle Russell, because I'm on the marsh body, and they're switching over from agriculture to public works in order to put this into motion.
That's good.
So that seems to be, you know, Public Works will be the lead delivery department. And they're working on 16 sites around the province. But I'm pretty sure from listening and going to meetings that this area is one of the most important ones. To use up the $50 million disaster mitigation and adaptation fund. So it's on the agenda. It's just where it's gonna kick in.
You good? You're good, Winnie?
And some of this, I think, will carry to the next piece, so we can get into more detail if needed. This is the community wellness, and to the right is just talking about the events that Nick and his team, and Barb and others are involved with. Yeah. This one's very positive. But just on the X part of this, just to touch on that, we, as far as some of the perhaps aspiration around the alcohol strategy and some of the movement, I think from the town's perspective, we brought that forward and talked about that being a really a collaborative effort. And I think the reason that an X is there is that there hasn't been a ton of additional movement on that. And Barb might want to add something to further discuss that red.
I get the X.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just an update, which is important for folks to be mindful of. We completed our internal work, so maybe I might negotiate a little bit of a little green check mark there.
Yeah, I think so.
You know, over the past, but it wasn't in the past year. Previously, we did achieve our municipal alcohol policy, and we did package a draft version of the community alcohol strategy. It was presented to decision makers at Acadia. It was presented to members of the RCMP, as well as to the Acadia Students Union. And at that point in time, for it to really become a community alcohol strategy, we needed support and a nod from members of the community that they would work on pieces that they could resource and bring to life. So everybody received the draft strategy, and then it was crickets. And there's never been anything back. That doesn't mean that we have not, literally there were crickets. So it doesn't mean that we're not doing a lot of the great stuff that was outlined in the strategy. We do the welcome event in September. I continue to sit in on restorative justice circles. A lot of the work that Caden and Marin are doing, including an amazing meeting they had this morning at Acadia, prepping for Cheaton. We're doing work with the landlords. We are doing a lot of what was visioned in that strategy. Unfortunately, it's still kind of fallen back to the town. So the way that we want it to kind of morph and become a community supported and community-led initiative has not happened. And if anybody has great ideas, I would be open to them, and then I would earn my green check mark.
We'll give you a green check mark. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. I'll just chime in again. there's heritage up there, but in the initial version, there was heritage, culture, and public art. Can be improved was the note. I'd like to think that the public art working group would be given a tick mark somewhere along the line.
There's.
Is it there?
Yes, that's still there.
Okay. It's different than this.
Just
Thank you,
look,
Devin.
I'm sorry, Wendy. Just looking at this one, and I'm struck by, I think it's the community wellness one is the first one where we have a lack of checks. And as I compare it, say with the one beside it, we largely control that in-house. So these are things that Nick and Luke and Barb largely would work on. What we are seeing here and then up again in economic development, those things where we need to work with partners and we do not have the sufficient internal resources to manage those, or am I reading that into it? And if I'm not reading that into it, is that something we should be paying attention to?
I think in some cases that's absolutely true. Yeah. And then in others, it may be a case of, as Barb was alluding to, you know, we try to do our part and then others aren't sort of carrying the ball at particular times. But, you know, I would point from a capacity perspective on the parks plan, for instance. Yeah.
Yeah. Parks, yes, I know you're right, certainly around the Acadia Pool and the rec study and perhaps the alcohol strategy. It's not for our staff here working on it. It's for other, and of course, other organizations have their priorities and responsibilities, but Heritage, we're going to hear from today. To the extent that community members may need resources, maybe that's something we should at least be in our minds as we're looking at this. Councillor McKay?
Thanks. Absolutely, but also to realize that's a lot of events for our small little town, and I think we've done really
Oh,
well.
yeah.
I've pulling off a whole whack of things for people to do in town, so you know, and even though like that's a series, there's a whole bunch of things in there that go over days. So awesome job on that too. Lots of things.
Okay.
Okay.
Pooches, yeah.
This is just around infrastructure management and Alex may want to say something on one of these or multiple, but this is really just showing that some of these projects are, I'm actually surprised in some ways that there's this many green check marks on that, just speaking about the difference between community wellness and this one, because these are often multi-year projects and ongoing pieces. So projects like the sewer treatment plant upgrade, you know, that's a multi-phase project, ongoing. Sidewalk improvements, obviously, we talk about every year. We've made a really conscious effort last year to try to spell out some of the traffic safety and mobility and trying to link those in with our active transportation this coming year. Yeah, so there's a lot there. And then to the right, I would like to spend a little bit of time on asset management today as we look forward. But the expectations also around accessibility are incredibly high as well. And trying to knit all of that into the overall infrastructure management window is difficult. Anything on that one?
Good.
And then we had this bucket of what we've been calling strategic initiatives. I was going to make a joke about that graphic, but I won't. So some of these are things like the website and the redevelopment of the website, which, you know, we have done the bulk of that work, but there's always bits that we're doing there. Little things like integrating our rec programming, registration, things like that are coming in. GIS is obviously really critical to our operation and links with asset management. So GIS is the work that Trevor Robar does here. And then some of these pieces that again goes back to the mayor's comments, working with other regional partners. Everyone has their own priorities and capacity, and we're trying to interface with those groups and move things forward.
Looking good?
So I'm shifting from the operations to the capital now, just to shift everyone's mind. And so some of these, there's quite a bit of overlap, but these are a little more project specific. And I think to Councillor McKay's point, some of these probably do speak to people a little more where it's like, oh yeah, I did see a culvert going under Main Street, right? And I totally get that. So that is the first one to highlight that did get finished. There has been a lot of focus, certainly from Alex and I's perspective, on getting design and the thinking conversations done for projects in coming years. That's been really important. There's up here is Fairfield and Highland on the street side. Fleet replacements is here, active transportation again, and there's been kind of multiple conversations about wayfinding. I think last time I did this presentation around parks and community infrastructure, I presented that in like 3 seconds, but Lindsay has actually been working on a bigger inventory of all of our wayfinding coming out of the plan that we did and the new branding and some of the signs that you would see. But we'd like to bring that to council with a little bit more detail. We've had just basically a placeholder of $50,000 in the budget for a number of years talking about wayfinding. So we'd like to be a lot more specific about here are the signs that are going in, so council can also manage those expectations. So that's everything from street blades up to park signs that some of our parks don't have a sign, and then there's a lot of trail and other wayfinding that is there. Some of it needs to be replaced, some of it's tired, and then there's some new stuff that needs to go in as well. So that's a multi-year initiative. We're trying to organize it in a way that we can bring the bigger picture to council, and there might be some priority setting at the council level there to say, well, we'd really like these ones to go in for sure, and then we can start work through those over time.
Councillor Butler?
Was there a grant attached to the wayfinding initiative that needed to be used or has been used, or what's the update on that?
There was a grant associated with the potential of doing kiosks, was where there was some, I don't want to say confusion, but there was some overlap between the word wayfinding and these digital kiosks that were being explored, putting, whether it's at the VIC or having them downtown. We've kind of moved away from the digital kiosk idea for now, and some of that grant funding is being used to have some better interpretive signage and panels at the new visitor center.
Okay.
Yeah.
Councillor Madeira Voss?
I just have a quick question regarding the wayfinding and the WBDC, that they had a project, a wayfinding project a while ago. So I just wanted to know if there was any new information on that and how closely we're working with the WBDC on that.
I was in touch with Kelly and Sarah, just that Lindsay was doing this bigger inventory, and I had sent Lindsay the work that was done previously. If people remember that, we did have some consultants come in and provide a bit of a framework around priorities. Some of that was also meshing with this sort of placemaking that the WBDC has carried out. But some of the other recommendations there were just really simple stuff, like some directional signage along the trail, for instance, to show that you can go this way to get to the library or this way to get to Main Street. And then the other big focus, and a lot of what drove that conversation around wayfinding with the business community, was getting people from Main Street to, really, it was at the time we were only talking about Front Street. And maybe there's a bit more than that now, but that is absolutely still in the works.
Can I answer that too? So the wayfinding is, we just had WBDC on Tuesday, and went through the budget discussion and this year, wayfinding is one of the major things they would really like to do. So really would like to get together with Lindsay if she's doing that work. They had some really cool ideas that you may have seen in Quebec and different things that have illustrative things to get you around that were really cool. I've seen them in Quebec, that's what, and Linda at Harvest has got an artist actually doing, really neat, I think they're cards, but they're coming for, graduation, but those kinds of really illustrative kind of signage and to get people moving around the town a little bit better, it was really kind of neat. Anyway, it was find some way to mesh those ideas together in a neat way would be cool. So it is on the major thing, not so much placemaking this year as it is wayfinding for their objectives.
Great. I have another this is related to wayfinding. Something I noticed in the last while, particularly when it's very sunny and trying to read street signs. Because I was driving with somebody new to Wolfville looking for a street. It was really difficult to read the names of our streets with that green on white. I mean, it's just not the standard for readability, all of that. And I think it is an issue for people who are coming and they're trying to find their way around. You have to get up very close to be able to read the sign. And I see it as possibly a safety issue if they're, slowing down. And so I don't know if that fits in anywhere, but I think we need to really think about what we can do with all of our street signs to help people to just change the coloring of the street name to black so it can actually be read on the white background so that there's that conscious, because right now that green is really difficult to read.
Would that be an accessibility?
Yeah.
Item that you could
I
bring
thought
up?
we actually talked about that, Mara, at one of an accessibility, might have even been last term because those signs may have come then.
Maybe we can make a note because
It hasn't been brought up, but we could add that to an agenda item, possibly, or accessibility, like the signs. I never noticed it personally. And we, since I've been on the committee, we haven't discussed that, but obviously it's an
bringing up.
issue. Yeah.
It must have been last term then, that was brought to the accessibility committee, but we were doing wayfinding and again, just never got to it, but I think important.
I think it would be a great idea to bring Lindsay into the committee and have a discussion about this, because I'm not convinced that back when we would have done the original wayfinding that we've been sort of picking up, and whether there would have been a thorough accessibility lens applied at that time. It was
Probably not, because that
it was
was
2014 or 15,
Yeah.
even
earlier,
before maybe.
even earlier, I
Yeah,
think.
that's a good point.
Okay.
Yeah, and maybe we should do it together, because if the WBDC is gonna spend their funds and we're gonna do it with the town and we're gonna do it with accessibility lens, we should all get in the same room and make sure that even if it's creative in nature, that it has other accessibility points on it as well. And do it
Yeah,
together.
I think it would be a good starting point because you have tactile, you have all sorts of visuals and everything that could fit in well with accessibility. So that'll be something that we can talk about. I think, yeah, as we're doing the wayfinding, we should really keep that in mind. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Good discussion.
So this is again, just reminding myself on the capital side. And some of these are direct carry forwards that you'll see in the year ahead capital budget. And some of this, like the 200 Dykeland facility, I think we want to just pause and have a brief discussion about that. Other things here, I mean, the heat pumps here. But there's not a whole lot else to say on this one, I don't think.
Has the tender closed on the Welcome Center? Yes. Yeah, closed, yeah. So kind of a little part of a check.
Been awarded.
It's been awarded, yes, thought so. Half a check.
The Welcome Center contract has been awarded and demolition is actually scheduled to start on Monday next week.
Definitely half a check. 3/4, okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Are we putting some notification out about that? I'm just thinking, what's happened?
Yes, we had another more urgent matter today.
Yes. Some stuff's going up and this is going down.
I'm gonna go to the next one.
Did you want to talk about the Dykeland facility?
I have a bit of a pause.
Oh, pause.
For a
Okay.
couple of projects, that being one.
Okay.
On the look ahead piece.
Okay.
I want to say, yeah, so this is the last one. So again, I'm not sure there's a ton to talk about. We've certainly made some headway on the traffic safety and mobility with the intersections, the four ways. And there's a lot more to come this coming year. I think it is a good idea to talk about the red X there. And maybe Alex wants to just talk about that, but the general piece there is that there's more sort of background study that's required before we can really dive into doing the actual upgrades and rehabilitations.
Yeah, on the sanitary sewer lift stations assessment and rehabilitation project. That project, it's one that has been on the books for a couple years now. Not very well defined initially. We've identified and Devin said he's going to speak about more about the asset management part of this this planning endeavor. We have to do a little bit more work on the asset management side of things before we're ready to dive into a full condition assessment on millions of dollars worth of the infrastructure to make sure we're receiving that information and we're able to use it in a productive way, rather than getting a report from a consultant and it living on someone's desk or on a bookshelf or in Laserfiche and not properly actioned. So we need to do a little bit more discussion on the asset management side of things before we dive into defining this assessment rehabilitation program in more detail.
Councillor Palmer?
I got two questions unrelated. One, back to the traffic safety and mobility, we're giving yourself the check mark. I had 3 different people ask me this question and I didn't know the answer. Did we do a study on where we're gonna put the signs, and if so, where is that study? The changing the 2 stop signs and stuff.
No, we did not do a study.
And this, the lift stations, where are the lift stations? Which ones are we talking about?
This would be for all the sanitary sewer lift stations in our system.
How many do we have?
I believe we have 6.
I don't know where, I guess I know where 3 of them are, but I don't know where the other ones are. But some of those would be old, I'm sure.
Most of them are old. Some of them are very old. And the actual condition of some of the components, such as the concrete chambers and things like that, not very well known because our staff don't enter the lift stations unless there's an emergency. So that's why we need to have this assessment program carried out. And it's been on lists for years to get this done. It's just hasn't been very well defined. It hasn't been planned. We know we're going to need a lot of involvement from external consultants to help us inspect and put the information together. It's not something that's been actioned.
So when would you anticipate actioning it?
I don't have a specific date to offer you. I think there's a lot of internal discussion that has to happen around the asset management before we action this.
Councillor McKay?
Not a question, but just maybe a follow-up, maybe Alex can build on it. We didn't do a study on it, but we did hire consultants and we do have a policy on traffic management, crosswalks, all of those types of things that we did here, 2 years ago. So might be just before you came on, Councilor Palmer, but there are rationale for the things that we've done, and we did do a massive, a large study on all of our crosswalks and all of those things a few years ago.
I assumed you were speaking of the four-way stops
Oh.
at Gasbro and Pleasant, Gasbro and Highland, or Highland and Pleasant rather. That was what you were asking about.
Specifically, but that may be covered under the, what Councilor McKay has talked about. So is that posted somewhere? Like, where is that report?
Be in.
Of our
reports
policies.
and Policies on the website, assuming.
We have a crosswalk evaluation policy. There may have been other reports that predated that as well.
But that's a policy, not a study. So there's a difference between policy and study.
Study reports would be in our archives.
And some of that work with the four ways is just best practice of slowing cars down and making intersections safer, right? Is a big part of it.
Oh, I'm not against four-way stops. In fact, I think most of them were needed.
Yeah.
Just to follow up on that as well, we do have the discretion to analyze those types of crossings and make that determination ourselves. From as Devin said, a best practices perspective, as the traffic authority, I have that discretion to assess a location like that and make that determination myself without hiring a consulting firm to do a study. In that specific instance, the four-way stop at Gasbro and Pleasant, I did make that assessment myself. When we did go up there, we did a sight line analysis. We measured what the sight distance was to the intersection and just did a little bit of basic math and figured out that something needed to be done to improve that intersection.
In that stop sign, those stop signs will be put in as soon as the weather's decent. Is that correct?
Yeah, we have to do everything all at once. We can't put some stuff there and not all of it. So in order for it to be a regulatory stop, the lines have to be painted on the ground. And that's where we've gotten held up with weather and internal availability to put that paint down on the ground. We were supposed to get to it before the winter, but we had some early cold weather that kind of hindered our progress, and it just hasn't happened now. So we have to wait till warmer weather to do that.
And there will be rumble strips in both directions on Gasbro.
The rumble strips are already in place.
On both sides, both directions.
Not in both directions, no, just coming down from the valley.
Councillor Ingham.
Okay, so I'm just gonna build off that because as we're talking about Main Street and we've talked about lights there, is that a study that you can do? And I know we've put it off because we're talking about the town hall library and you brought up other methods that you could use besides the lights, which is a roundabout. Sorry, Mayor Donovan. So where does that sort of fit in? Are we still going to be waiting for the town hall library? So it's put off? Because since I've been on council, I think when the first year that I was on, we talked about it, and then talking to other councillors who've been on, it's been in the works for a while, so.
That intersection is not an intersection that I have the expertise or capacity to study myself. So that one we will be going to external resources for. And that is planned for this coming fiscal year to evaluate that intersection and evaluate what our options are. And once we have those options, we have to figure out how it integrates with the full town hall library site redevelopment.
So I remember talking about one weekend and somebody, I think Aaron suggested that we have a trial weekend and we do it at Devour. So we know it's really busy to have lights up, and that was significant cost. So would there be a possibility of a trial like period after the study is done? We don't know, but would that be before you'd actually enact them?
The challenge of trialing lights is our current intersection lane geometry doesn't support installing traffic lights. I think this was actually specifically mentioned in the last analysis that was done on that intersection 6 years ago, 6 or 7 years ago now, that the installing lights the way the lanes are configured now would likely cause more issues than it would solve. Because cars don't have a location where they can turn, so everybody would be, the queues would be longer essentially, is what that report said, if I remember correctly.
So just on the clarification, the lights are not an option there. Is that what you're saying?
I wouldn't recommend it, no.
Okay. That's what I still get asked, are lights going to be up there? That's all. I would just wanted clarification on that.
As a trial, I would not recommend that, but that may be one of the options that come out of a full in-depth study, is installing permanent traffic lights.
Permanent.
And
So temporary not.
the two have to happen. The lanes have to be reconfigured to support a signalized intersection.
Thank you. I
Right,
understand.
Just
Can you
to
say that?
build on that before we move off of it, we had discussions in the past about doing some intersection control through a person in the intersection, and
Zebra.
I was able to, or Mudley.
No, a
But-
zebra like they have in Columbia.
I did have a conversation last week with Travis from the RCMP about that very issue, and he's very open to it. I think previous folks weren't
not?
for other reasons. And he was actually quite excited about doing that, particularly on busy weekends. So that's something that I think I put it somewhere in the future slides that are in here. But as far as talking about trials and different ways to move people through that intersection, he really likes the idea. He wants to have more conversation about it. So we'll bring back more info about that. But on the 30 or 40 days, I don't know the exact number, but we have a certain number of days where that backs up. And I think it would really benefit from someone moving traffic through there.
Oh,
So that's in the works as well. I'm joking about Mudley. He wasn't so hot on my idea about sticking Mudley in there. Yeah.
I think the reality is, sorry.
Go ahead.
So I think the reality is that there's only, I mean, you've said it, 30 days, and there's only so many hours a year that it's bad there. I mean, it's certainly bad when it's bad. I mean, it backs up, to the Anglican Church. But I've thought that idea was a great idea 10 years ago, and it's always been poo-pooed by everybody. And so I'm really glad to hear somebody say that, because that certainly would be by far the cheapest and the quickest way to fix it. And if you did that on, a harvest weekend down here, that would make a world of difference. And I'm pretty excited about trying that one as soon as we can, on a busy weekend.
Well, it's interesting. I gave him the example. I was just there in Chelsea, Quebec last weekend, and they have the same kind of issue. They have these few days where it really backs up, but they have this really pleasant lady in the intersection and everyone's laughing and smiling. And when we had our Milevision cameras up in that intersection, I asked the engineer who was analyzing all the video just to give me the top line couple points that you would say to someone about what you observed. And his main point was just that people were really frustrated. And it was very visible from the video as well. So I think having an actual person there would make a huge difference.
In Bolivia, they actually have a whole group of people who dress up in zebra costumes, and they're quite a tourist attraction, and they stand and they direct traffic,
wow.
and it's people. Very cute.
Dogs.
Dogs, yes. No zebras, dogs. I can see it. Okay. Would Travis dress up in something?
I mean, I can say more about this if you want. It's a work in progress, but Travis he's very open to it. We think that there's probably some capacity building, and we're comparing it to, I mean, we already put people in intersections for the school. So
Sure.
we're sort of comparing it to that in some ways. He's very open to doing it, particularly initially. But, this is something that we're going to discuss more. We're even thinking that our own compliance staff could have some role in the future with this type of initiative. So we'll bring back more information. But I think as we've talked about pilots and trials, and like you say, there's only that a few days a year. I think this is a good thing to try at least.
Yeah.
Carry on. Okay, so this is, we're finished our year in review.
Can I make one comment on the last year? I think why I had such a reaction to it is, and I think I say this every, we do not do a very good job of doing our own work. And every year we come and we say, we do everything, we do so much, we do so much, we do so much. And that year in review for me, even though I think the visual was great, I would love to tell people we did more, we did more, we did more. Cause I think we've done so much more than just what was on that snapshot.
Yeah.
I think our staff are amazing. I think they've done a great job. I think we need to say more.
Can I just say something about that? Because that's part of the reason that I got those printed out for everyone is if you do have ideas on how we could package that, because we want this to live on our website, we want to use this in years moving forward as well, so that we're not reinventing the wheel every year. And so this year in review is a great idea. We should do it again next year, but I hear you on the, I don't know what it is. It's a list or something that.
And I just,
Uh,
oh, sorry.
Ian and then Jen.
I just wanted to echo Councilor McKay's comment. I mean, I think the staff has done a really good job. I'd like to recognize them actually for doing an outstanding job last year. Thank you.
Councillor Ingham.
I think if we could have had like a report, you know, and said the deliverables, it would have been really good. When I read this package, I went over our Access by Design, and I was really encouraged by everything that we've done since we started. I was like, wow, we've really done a lot. And then I felt really, because we're always working and we don't take a step back to sort of see what we've done. And when I read that again, Barb, oh, Barb's gone, sorry. Well, she's our staff person. So I was just like, wow, we've really done a lot. So I did feel a sense of pride on that. So if we can have the sort of the same that we're doing on accessibility to sort of list them, Jody, to your point. Yeah.
Okay.
So we are talking in the reverse here, I guess. I'm going to talk about capital, look ahead, mostly focused on just what we're doing this coming year. And then I'm going to go into the operation as well. But I just want to front end all that by talking a bit about asset management. And not that I'm not trying to present this as if we haven't been talking about asset management, because we have been for certainly my entire time here and probably longer. It's just, I think, as things move forward and we talk about all of the different assets we have, I think it's important to go back to this and work in a more systematic way moving forward. And I know Alex in particular is very committed to doing that. So in 2018, we did do an asset management plan with a consulting firm, 2 engineers that came in and really gave this big picture look at where we were at the time. And obviously there's an interrelationship with our capital budget and, you know, how we're managing our assets. But I think a lot of where things are going with asset management, particularly in Ontario and other places, is these places have been mandated to do asset management. They can't get funding unless they can show certain things. And so we've done that in Nova Scotia in some ways through when we had integrated community sustainability plans, for instance. We were required to do those if you wanted to access certain funding. So I can't imagine that's not coming at some point. And the bigger story here is we're actually doing a really good job. If I at all appear to not be saying that, I think we are. And we've been doing a lot of that through our capital budget and not through a really intentional asset management exercise. And by that, I mean, a lot of places would have, you know, specific software and different things that they would have set up to manage these things. A big part of the reason that we've been sort of advocating for another person in Alex's shop is to better institutionalize this and move this work forward. I think it's so important to underpin the whole budget process with really understanding what we have. I mean, I think that makes sense to everyone. One of the things to note about this plan is it didn't actually project out climate impacts with this plan at the time. It was kind of a bolt-on piece, and those that were around the table at that time would probably remember that there was an additional budget ask. It was, you know, I can't remember how much at the time, but it was sort of, you can do that. So some of this may require a little bit of a fresh look, since we've done things like our climate plan after this, and we've done our flood risk work after this. I think we have to update that and get into a bit more of a system of doing this. Okay, this,
Question on that?
Oh, sorry. Tina,
Yep.
Go ahead.
So, because we are talking budget, so are you advocating for an FTE, a full-time person in Public Works? And as part of the capital budget itself? Because that's where how Alex came to be, well, at least in the town of Wolfville. Stop it. Oh, that sounded weird. Starting to take after Cody.
Good one. You heard that, did you?
I did
hear that.
So, yeah, just wondering if that's where it is, because we did that intentionally for at least a year, that, you know, someone came and worked and did all of the underpinning of all of that budget work in the capital, and then, I mean, it fed into operations eventually, obviously, but so just curious if that's where that is, or will be, should we move forward with it?
I can provide some clarity on that. A new full-time equivalent would be primarily working on the capital side of things to help manage the capital projects from the procurement stage to the conclusion stage. So that person's salary could be mostly funded from the capital budget. I think we've got to look at our internal processes on how we assign those costs to individual projects on the capital side. But that's for our own internal planning. But to answer your question, yes, I think this new full-time position will be primarily focused on capital work, yes.
Councillor Palmer?
Can I just get you to expand on that person, Alex? Like, who do you see for that? What kind of qualifications? What kind of background? Like, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking of a project manager, project coordinator. We haven't settled on a title yet. And I can say that the final title will depend on a person's qualifications and experience. At this point, I'm not thinking that it's going to be another professional engineer, but perhaps a technician, technologist, or a PMP, basically to help with the administrative side of implementation of these projects. We struggle on my side of the Public Works building. We struggle a little bit with the actual day-to-day management of project administrative tasks, and also on the procurement side as well. We know what we need to do, but in order to get out to market with an RFP or a tender, an RFQ, there's a lot of work that goes into developing those documents, because they're essentially contracts. So I'll be looking for someone with a keen attention to detail and experience or qualifications on the project management side.
And I think that would be a good way to look, because in the construction business, there's a lot of people who are contractors, and a lot of those contractors would love to be a full-time employee, but the companies just don't have full-time positions for them. So I think as broad as you can make that job description, that would be better for you, that you would get. But I think there's a lot of good people out there looking for full-time work.
Rob?
Thank you, Worship. Just further to Alex's comment, no, and my experience has been usually it's some project management or engineering technologist, someone with that suite of skill sets and so forth. And as Devin had alluded to, more and more as we position ourselves to become eligible for funding from senior levels of government, this has become a prerequisite in terms of they want to ensure that a plan is in place, so we're looking after the assets we have today so that we can project, future investments, so in order to look after our future investments. And it's part of, I think the long-term plan is to help us to replace our infrastructure, but also know that wherever the money is being invested, that those communities are actually monitoring the life cycle analysis of existing infrastructure, and it helps to feed into that. So it's a very worthwhile conversation, and one that has taken place prior to coming to today's meeting to make sure that this gets highlighted. So this is an important conversation. Thank you, Your Worship.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. What's a PMP?
Stands for Project Management Professional. It's
Professional.
a professional designation.
Okay, that was the last P was was a question mark in my mind, and I had somebody speak to me about all the acronyms that we use on our slides. And
Guilty as charged.
it's it's right.
I'm not supposed to use acronyms. I've been warned a few times.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Counselor McKay?
So is this flagged for somewhere in our future discussion as we go, like, are we gonna go through, it is flagged, I see Devin nodding, so it's flagged in a discussion point going forward, okay. I just wanna make sure that we don't lose track of it after we have the discussion, I think this is good discussion, and not only does it give us good things on the capital side, it also allows our Director of Public Works to be forward thinking and not managing the projects on the ground, and certainly use his skill set for what it's actually best suited for. So it's in budget, or it's in a slot.
Yeah, and I think there should be more capital discussion. I'll maybe breeze through this sort of high level asset management piece. This is simply saying that we are doing a good job. We're doing an excellent job, it says actually. And however, like it's like all of these things, you can be doing a job at a certain time, but there's infinite improvement that can be made. And that's really what we're saying here is there's a lot of changing with technology and understanding. People wouldn't have conceived of putting cameras down into pipes, not so long ago. And we're doing that, can do much different types of condition assessments. I thought this was helpful information to include. And if people haven't gone through this asset management plan, it's again, like many of the plans, it's a snapshot, but it does give an indication at the time in 2018 with the information that we had at the time, what we are managing. So, 38 kilometers of sewer mains is significant. The number of buildings, the number of kilometers of sidewalks and streets and curbs. And then on the water utility side, you can see some of those distances that we're managing as well. So I think having that broader perspective is important, especially when you're talking to people about what we're managing and what we're not getting done.
Counselor Madera Voss?
I was thrilled to read this information. I found it so good because we talk about the headings, but to actually see numbers and just how extensive the work is and how much we accomplish with not a very big budget. I think it's really quite remarkable.
I'll go to the next one. I thought this was, and this is, as we were talking about this as a team, we thought this was really important to put in as well. Just the amount of technology that we also end up managing and what David's responsible for is significant. And the amount of time that he has spent, going back and fixing things or doing things for people and all of, yeah. Exactly. Right. And that's David there. This
What's
magical fixing of things. But it's significant and it's such a powerful tool, all of the things that we use. And it's probably only going to be more technology intensive as we move ahead. This was, again, more of a discussion piece. So this is a page straight out of the asset management plan. We didn't create this. But this is talking about that concept that I mentioned earlier around level of service. So depending on what service we're offering, we can obviously offer something incredibly high if we want to put enough capacity and funding into it. And in other areas, I think there's always discussion to be had around, well, we probably should do more there. I had something here, the snow and ice removal policy that I believe council's familiar with, where we actually spell out, these are the streets we're doing in this order. So people have an expectation around what the level of service is, both for streets and sidewalks. This has a very particular sort of method in it, but I think the examples that we're familiar with are probably best to discuss, but everything we're talking about today is really touches on level of service and decisions around budget and how many people hours we put into things. This is something that our former director McLean, I think should be given huge credit for, is getting ourselves to a better place around our capital program. And so this is again, just a page out of the asset management plan, if you want to get into more detail of it. But really, it's just saying the level of capital funding required relative to what the replacement cost or the infrastructure deficit of all the assets are. So, and I mean, it was a team, but I would give a lot of credit to Mike on this. Of really being disciplined as far as upping those amounts that are moving into capital and doing that longer range capital planning. So I think, you know, if this is a pictorial explanation of that, we're really in a good place as far as being able to fund out and look out to investments like the library or other bigger projects. So these were just some of the bigger projects that are kind of, I think, always on people's minds. Some of these are happening right now, and some of them are multi-year projects. So this was more in the package that we provided you and printed off for council, more from my perspective anyway, more of a page to think about other projects maybe, or add some notes. So I don't need to go through this right now just because we're actually going to talk through these bubble diagrams again. So this is projects that we're looking to do starting April 1, or some of these are already ongoing. And so some of these were, I think almost all of these, I don't think there's any new things in here that weren't in version 1 of the budget. And so IT and server replacement is here. The Dykeland facility upgrades that we want to sort of break down a little bit more, which is related to the town hall and library, which is also related to the fire hall, and some of the siting and design process around that. As Alex said, we are well underway with the new Welcome Center, as well as the parking lot upgrades that are happening there. So that's all going to be happening really in the next budget year, but all of the work has already happened. And then there's upgrades in the capital budget around fire equipment specifically. So this was our placeholder for the Dykeland facility. Is there any questions about this before I jump in and just talk about the Dykeland facility and maybe good on that one? So just in the broader context, just so people are aware of what we're talking about, I'll just explain that there has been a siting exercise completed around locating a new library facility and town hall on the site that we're sitting in. So at 359 Main Street, that is really as far as we've gone with that. We did do a fairly extensive needs assessment with a working group around the library itself, just talking about parameters, space per person, different things like that, different thematic areas in the library. So that's all been documented. We haven't really gone into that level of a needs assessment for the town hall facility. There was a condition assessment, I believe, from 2010 that talked about, you know, roughly 8,000 to 10,000 square feet. It was just broad strokes if you were to replace the facility. And that's really what we'd worked into some of our spatial conversations. You know, what I'm saying is how big does the facility have to be? And then tied into that is also the moving the fire hall from this location to another location to be determined, and how those things sort of impact one another from a timing perspective and when things are happening. Where we wanted to sort of focus in on here is just with our Dykeland facility, And really the limited investment that's been made in that building over time. So that most of the pieces of that building, other than what we upgraded because of the water damage on the second floor, there hasn't been a whole lot done to that building since the 90s. This, original windows, the heating and cooling system is in a really bad place. The downstairs really hasn't been touched for a significant amount of time. And what we've been talking about at the staff level is where everyone will be working when the decisions are made around moving this facility, and what some of the investment looks like in the meantime. And really, we don't have a whole lot of options. It's really at the Dykeland facility to bring staff down there. The other really important piece of that is where we have a shiny new upstairs, the downstairs hasn't been given the same treatment. And just from a staff morale and work culture perspective, I think that could be a very positive investment to make as well. So what's in the budget and where we are looking for some direction, because this is a multi-year piece that requires thinking, requires design work over many months, is what we're focusing on right now in this coming fiscal year, is really trying to work on the heating and cooling system in the building and investing in that. But looking beyond that, and this impacts some of the work we would be doing around that, is trying to get ourselves in a better position to receive staff for some amount of time while there's other construction, and whether that facility is maintained and operated as an operations center, so to speak. And the town hall aspect that would be on this site is more of a civic center where we wouldn't be bringing all of our staff into here. Obviously, some staff would be coming here, but we have a significant amount of staff that are down there that I think need some reinvestment in the space. So really I guess the direction that we're looking for, and I think Alex in particular really needs some of this to move on with multi-year capital planning, is just the appetite to have more discussion around what we're doing there versus what will inevitably be happening here through a bigger process. But I think regardless of what happens here, there are certain things that have to happen down there at a bare minimum. I don't know if Alex, you want to come up and talk through where your head's at as far as this coming fiscal year with the heating and cooling and the extent of that.
So Devin did mention that the heating and cooling systems at the Public Works building are in disrepair. That is somewhat of an understatement. The HVAC for the first floor and second floor office areas, the units have both actually failed. And the majority of last summer, we actually had to operate with window air conditioners because the HVAC had failed. And what would normally be heated by a more efficient heat pump system, we're heating the building this winter with just electric baseboard heaters. So we're thankful we had the backup options, but we knew we would need to do some upgrades as part of the planned work, and began that process. We had a contract with Hatch to do an assessment of the existing system and what the needs are for heating and cooling that space, and basically decarbonizing the Public Works building. So a sizable portion of that space is currently heated with heating oil. And our desire was, if we were doing an upgrade, would be to upgrade to basically a zero carbon emissions at the site type of system. So we recently got the design report back for upgrading all the heating and cooling systems in the building, and now we're able to plan how we phase that that HVAC replacement project out. And it's split up right now into 3 distinct areas: the first floor office areas, the second floor office areas, and the shop. So how we actually implement those replacements will depend on what our ultimate goals are for that space, and how we renovate or reconfigure that space. So going back to Devin's earlier conversation, it's we need to figure out what we're doing with that space before moving forward with that project. There's a lot of moving parts to a renovation and reconstruction project like that, and we want to make sure we have all the pieces in place before we pull the trigger on anything.
Deputy Mayor, then Councillor Ingham.
Thank you. I remember when Councillor Bill Zimmerman was sitting at this table and he was very focused on solar. And I know there's solar units down there. Are they not functioning or helping out in any way?
No, the solar array is functioning as intended. I mean, it depends on the season, but I believe we're electricity neutral at that facility. And we have some, depending on the year, we have capacity to spare as well. So we're generating a good amount of power with that PV system.
Good to know.
Photovoltaic system.
Councillor Ingham.
Thank you. I just want to be clear on this. So I heard, Devin, that you said the first phase is to revamp the HVAC system. Is that like the first phase? But then I'm also hearing when the town hall library comes into this location, we have to think about where the staff is going to be down there. So should we be thinking about the down on Dykelands to be incorporating that now and what we're looking for moving forward? Like, I know downstairs wasn't done. Should we be looking to add more offices there? Like, what's the plan? Should we be looking at that for dollars right now before we move ahead with the HVAC? I don't know what comes first.
So they're interrelated, and as Alex is doing the planning on what the overall HVAC system and upgrades will be, if we're going to add offices or if we're going to shift the focus down there a bit, even if it was short term, we just want to make sure that we're not doing everything piecemeal. And so I guess the real ask, I had to write it down because I wasn't sure I was being super clear, is really what we're looking for direction on is in the next version that we would bring back to council, is there a willingness to build out, it would be multi-year, but there would be a multi-year investment down there to, at a bare minimum, bring some staff down there, but also to upgrade the building envelope, look at the windows, look at some more staff space, certainly look at the first floor. And I don't think we need to have a really protracted discussion today, but really we're looking for, is there a willingness for us to do that and bring back some options to look at over a few years. We wouldn't be able to get it all done next year, obviously.
Yeah, so I just have a follow-up. So how long would you anticipate that the staff would be, displaced from here to there? Do you know what I mean? Like when we're building, I mean, it's not just going to be a year. I mean,
There's a sort of a more nuanced discussion there is, do we want all of the staff that work for the town to be coming to this area when such a big part of that discussion from my perspective was around parking and parking demand. We have a lot of staff that are driving into town from outside of the region and bringing them all in here. Certainly all of my staff would be doing that. It also opens up some other opportunities on this site, whether it's commercial or otherwise, or different library space.
Yeah.
So it's really just
that's what I'm saying. It's a big discussion.
Ongoing.
Yeah.
It's an ongoing discussion for sure, but it's informing sort of what Alex is working on in that building. And so at some point, the discussion does sort of need to happen. It's a matter of whether it's now or whether we look at it and put some decisions off for future discussion. It's something that we've been talking about at the staff level. We don't have answers to all of it. It's just some of this has become very self-evident and needs this type of direction, so we can bring back the right numbers.
Councillor Madeira Voss, and then Councillor Palmadeer and Councillor McKay.
So, thank you, Mayor Doran. Just trying to get my head around the timeline, because we're looking right now at the 24-25 capital budget. And when we're looking at the renovation or the build here on this site, we're looking to straddle 24-25 and 25-26? Like, how long would the construction of this new facility here take, for example? Would it be more than a year?
I
Yeah,
think we were
it's-
saying the next 2 years is the fire hall, and then after the fire hall has to move before anything can start here. So we're probably 2 years out from the fire hall moving and this building coming down, and then it would be another 2 years. So I think we're
4 years.
4 to 5 years out for a new site here.
So in terms of preparing the Dykeland site to receive people, it's not necessarily going to happen in this current budget. So-
What we're
Moving in this
People
budget.
aren't moving in this budget, but the building, the beginning of those improvements, looking at including in this budget?
Well, what we're, essentially, we're at a crossroads right now. What has been in the capital budget for, phase two, call it phase two renovations at the Public Works Building, was prior to any sort of planning for other staff to be there. So right now, where we haven't done any of that reconstruction work on the main level, we're at a crossroads. If we do that renovation now, and 2 years from now, we want to change things again to move staff in there temporarily, it's gonna have a much higher cost. So what we're essentially getting at now is figuring out if that is the direction we want to go, then we defer that renovation work into some more detailed planning for the Dykeland facility.
And can I just ask, do we have a rough estimate of what a new HVAC system would cost?
I do, yeah. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but it was in the $250,000 range for all 3 heating and cooling systems.
Councillor Palmadeer?
My guess would be once we vacate this building, we're gonna be out of here for 3 years. That would be my guess. I think that's your question. Be close. It'll be over 2 anyway, I'm sure. That's a guess, but it may be longer if there's any kind of COVID issues or anything like that. But you're not talking about increasing the footprint though down there.
Well, and the answer to that is it depends. If we're talking about housing staff from this building over there, whether it's short-term or long-term, that additional level of staff over in that building would require additional area in that building, yes. It would require an addition.
Do we have room down there for an addition?
We do, yeah.
That's portables are one of the answers. On the north side of the building, that's what you're thinking. If you put an addition, it'd be the north.
It would likely be, so I haven't done any detailed planning for this. I've just done some kind of back of the napkin
Yeah.
conceptual stuff, but it would likely be on the west side of the building.
There's room in, okay.
Yeah, that's where the space is, and that's functionally, that's where it makes the most sense to add on to the building and sort of reconfigure where we have the union staff in their break room, their change room right now, that would move over to the other side of the building.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, it's early, but it's at a very high level right now. We're looking at what our options would even be down there, so.
Councillor McKay?
Thank you. So I'm just going backwards for a second to bring me to here. So we had the water damage and we did phase one of the renovations to Dykeland, which was basically the top floor.
Mhm.
Then we did a tour, and then so the bottom section was to have some upgrades as well, because there was offices to be made and there was things, but that was only to accommodate the individuals who work there now, or a couple of others, like to grow as the town grows.
Only who's there now,
Only
essentially.
there was
There's
no growth.
not enough space in the current configuration for growth, unfortunately.
Yeah, and I don't mean rehousing, but growth within within the public works department. There was none. There was a little bit, there's none, okay? And the number that's in the budget now, it says it's in year one. So 24-25 is $530,000. So that is the HVAC system and the redo of the bottom floor as originally intended, and is that the same dollar amount that was there? Because it's in red and it says moved, although very hard to read, moved forward from 23 to 24. So it's the exact same dollar amount, just moved forward.
It's kind of, yes. The dollar amount was originally 600,000. We spent about 70 of that doing the HVAC,
Right.
the building assessment and the HVAC design.
Gotcha. Okay. So then my question then becomes, so when this building goes and people need to clearly work other places, and we're gonna have, at least we need a place for receiving, bills, like a net office, I'll call it, for lack of a better word, the front space there. Definitely gonna need something like that so people can access it. But for myself, anyway, I need to see what that plan looks like, because if you go and you put an addition onto Dyke Land, you build a new town hall, what are our costs that are just sunk into a space that are, wouldn't be used? We need to come up with a plan of how this is going to fall out and what that's actually going to cost. What's going to be, is it going to be modular, what you do down there, so it can be revamped because there is going to be growth in your department as well. There has to be. We're going to double the size in the next 10 years. Like there has to be growth in there somewhere. So is that space? What does that all look like? There'll have to be and I'm not saying we're going to do that today, but at some point we need to know what that is and what that's going to cost, because there's going to be transitional costs from budget, from operating to capital and backwards and forwards over the next few years. So to make an educated decision, I'd need way more information.
Yes, thank you, Worship. Just further the conversation, not to make it more complicated, but the impetus of some of these discussions when we talked about what do we do during this mushy middle, this transition period, is also what are we doing with IT? Because in terms of when you think about decommissioning this building and moving, and so that is a more detailed plan in terms of business continuity, ensuring that our technology is in place and so forth. So again, there are a lot of moving parts to this conversation, but it's an important one. But I do know, like in speaking with Alex and with Devin and the other members of our staff, we have this need right now in terms of addressing the HVAC heating system there, as well as some of the things that Councilor McKay spoke of in terms of that initial plan. Like we have a manager down there who's literally working in a closet. That's his office, and that's not hyperbole. That's factual. And so there's some things that we need to do to address that. So somewhere's along the way, but it's an important conversation. But at the very least, as a result of this one today, I think that council as a whole has a pretty fulsome understanding. Like, boy, we really need to unpack this in a very methodical way so that we have a more fulsome understanding about how this is going to evolve. So thank you.
I don't think the expectation is really for a decision. We want to share where we're at as we've been going through the budget and going, oh, geez, okay, where are we going to work? And, these are just sort of us showing our work and making sure that the decisions or the directions that we're bringing you are kind of completely in step with where council wants to go. Because I think there's a number of scenarios that we could unpack a bit more for you as far as level of service, like how will we serve a customer needs to be thought through that mushy middle period. I like that terminology. But I think if there's a willingness to further explore this, I think what we're really trying to check in on is, can we keep exploring this, and can we go down this road a bit further to bring back more information, or should we go in another direction? That's really what we're checking in on.
I think what I'm hearing, we absolutely need to explore it more. My head's kind of exploding a little bit because while we didn't have a good plan for what's on this site, I kind of assumed it was a town hall with staff in a library, you know?
Yeah.
And I have always believed that senior staff should be in one site, not separated over different sites. And I could have misunderstood or misheard what you said, Director Lake, but it sounded like we were moving not just temporarily, but maybe more permanently, our staff into the Dykeland site. And I don't know what you mean when you say this is a more of a civic space, but I'd like to unpack that. So for me, I agree with Councillor McKay entirely, and I feel not just staff, but council and staff need to have a discussion of what is this site. Certainly things like the HVAC and the things to make you comfortable, that building comfortable right now, and it's in the budget we need to do. But I am now feeling that I had a vision, I understood the vision for this site, and now I'm totally unclear on what the vision is, and we need to go back and talk about what is on this site in a permanent space, understanding that for 2 or maybe 3 years, we will have to do some things as we did in COVID. You know, I expect council will be meeting in somewhere, maybe at the Al Whittle, and we may be doing more things online, and as staff might have to, but certainly the front office needs to have a location, and we need to have that talk. And that's separate from the talk about what is this place when it's all built, and where are our staff, and what does that mean for Dykelands? That's my view. I think I saw Councillor Ingham first, and then Councillor Plummer.
That's exactly what I was gonna say, but I think from a council perspective and what we're telling the staff, when Alex said $250,000, we're thinking that's an imminent thing. We don't want to have our people working down there and having, to have discomfort. So that's what made it more on the top of list that we need to talk about, was the amount. So do we want to spend 250,000 when we don't know what we're doing? So I think it's a conversation that is fairly kind of new to me, like it wasn't on my top radar, but I think it needs to be had. That's just my opinion. I agree with you, Mayor Donovan and Councillor McKay.
I don't need to.
All right, so, sorry, Councillor McKay.
So I think
Will?
you summarized that. Then my next question is, do we need to decide, maybe it's not today, but for this budget this year coming, do we need to say, yes, go ahead and spend $250,000 on the HVAC system? Because as Councilor Ingham said, we don't want anyone to be uncomfortable. And I think we already said that building needed new HVAC. The bottom floor needed some love and attention because it was pretty yucky.
So
So that was my question.
yeah, and the intent, and to I guess to address what Councillor Ingham said, is the HVAC system, at least 2/3 of that anticipated budget has to be spent regardless of what we do with that space. Those would be for the systems that condition the currently occupied office areas. The third system that would condition the shop would be put on hold if we were intending to add on to that building, because that portion of the system would have to be redesigned to accommodate what the future use of that space would be. But for the coming fiscal year, yes, our intent is to address the HVAC deficiencies as planned. That $530,000 that's on the books originally included renovation work on the main level. I think I spoke at a previous meeting about perhaps splitting the work into a phase 2A and a 2B, where in 2A we address the HVAC and 2B we put on hold for a future year until we know what we're doing with that space. So that is our intent, is to address the HVAC issues, which we have design work completed for now, and we're ready to go into detailed design and have a tender specification package prepared for that work. So we would be moving forward with that in this coming fiscal year, as originally approved in part of the phase 2 scope.
For people who are there now.
Yes, for the
Yes.
people who are there now. And that's part of the phase 2, the original phase 2 scope.
Yeah.
It's just now it's a 2A, 2B. Some of that money is going to be deferred into a future year.
Councillor Madera Voss?
I just have a question around the use of portables. How they use them in schools, sometimes for extensive number of years, but I don't know what the costs are or whether we would be looking at maybe using some of those or a hybrid of that until something else is permanent. Has that been explored at all?
It is certainly an option. We did use that during phase one renovations at the Public Works Building for certain staff that needed to be on site to deal with the public. They're not necessarily the most ideal. They're reasonably well insulated and heated and cooled, but for example, the one that we had rented for phase one renos at Public Works didn't have a washroom. So staff who were working on site needed to put on their coats and their boots and everything and walk into the Public Works Building to use the facilities. So there are certain limitations. We do know the costs of those. That unit that we rented for Public Works was about $1,200 a month plus transportation and the setup and decommissioning. So that is certainly an option that can be explored.
So what I am hearing is that council, I think pretty much to a person, wants to have some more discussion around exactly what's happening in this building, both during the construction, but perhaps more importantly is what is it going, who and what is it going to house when it's done? That would inform in the short term, and that would certainly inform DICLAM. But I strongly feel that, and it's not a capital budget item this year, but I think it's not too soon for us to start having conversation about exactly, we put blocks together on this site, but we need to have a more fulsome discussion of what is the function of this building. I just wanted to comment about parking. We're telling our residents to come downtown and we're also saying we are planning a different kind of transit and active transportation. See, I got that word out this time. But don't, we're trying to get people out of the mindset that you can park beside where you're going shopping. And surely we have to carry over that same thing with our staff, which may mean that we have, who knows what's going to happen with our transit and our mini transit. But geez, I wouldn't be picking a site based on staff parking, given all the discussions we're having about don't expect to park in front of where you're going shopping. East is my sense. Councillor Ingham?
I can do it.
Or
You have-
Jody
yeah.
was first, Captain, okay?
So I'm just bringing this back to the budget. So then, because we're on version 2, and this then just put a whole, like considering we're saying version 3 is coming back in 2
weeks.
2 weeks for completion by 6. Well, yeah, so even if it doesn't hit that mark, it's a week out. We're still looking at 6 weeks before we always have our budget done before
Anybody
April
else?
first week, but maybe, I don't want to say we're not going to do that. So, but then, so what does that look like? And this to me now sounds like whatever we have in the budget for year 3 for our library town hall is not nearly enough, because we haven't talked about any of these things before. We didn't talk about portables before. We didn't talk about where we're going to house. We didn't talk about where IT was going. We didn't talk about any of these things before. So that now this number worries me greatly as to what that's going to look like. And is that nearly enough? I'm not saying it's not, but I don't know. But it sounds like it might not be.
What number you?
It says 9.4, $475,000 in, looks like pre-work, and then 9.4, and that's for the town hall library. That's not including Dykeland or the fire hall or anything else.
Devin?
So from my perspective, like just doing project planning and working with private sector on moving projects forward, this is just a natural part of these processes. So we put these numbers in the capital budget, which is, it's a model of forcing funding so that we have buckets of money to spend on these things. And so the real work starts sort of now-ish. And this is, I realize that this is maybe a little bit uncomfortable with the level of complexity, because we didn't even mention the train station, which has a whole set of decisions around it. And then the fire hall, depending if that project plays out as per the budget, which it may not, right? It may not, the decisions around that aren't all in our hands. So something may happen that doesn't happen as per, it's next year in the budget for the building of the fire hall. Pretty sure. Yeah.
24, 25 is the pre-work.
Yeah.
25, 26 is the build.
Yeah. So the way I saw some of this was at least being fully transparent about some of this thinking and inevitable decisions that we have to lay out in front of council over time. At least our year one investment in Dykeland acknowledges some of that. I don't think we need to decide this in the next 5 or 6 days. I wrote down that we probably need like a 2-day workshop. And that might be, depending on how the fire hall timing plays, that might be in the next few months, but that also could be with the new council group, right? So there's, some of this depends on certain decisions being made, but really, I think we're trying to hold up here that we're getting into the weeds now of this decision. I think a lot of it was more directional before, and we never had a chance to have these conversations, nor in some ways could we at that time.
But the HVAC that's already in the budget, I'm hearing that.
Exactly, yeah.
Councillor Ingham?
I think we sound like we all are concerned about it, so just take note on that one. And also, I guess I'm gonna look at it from an accessibility lens, so people can come in here and pay their bills, they get in the building, you have to look, where you're gonna put that, and is it gonna be accessible too, right? I mean, you're talking about staff parking. Most of your staff can park at the East End Trailhead and walk into town, right? So there's other factors that we start to think about. So I don't know what everybody else thinks, but this wasn't sort of on my radar, especially when Alex brought up the HVAC, because spending $250,000 on it, and then we're turning around and we're going to do something else, is that I'm not saying we're putting the cart before the horse, but we're trying to look at the bigger picture on how we do it the most efficient way. Am I hitting it?
I think the 250, if that's the figure, is what you need to keep staff who are there now comfortable. Are we correct in that?
250 was for the full building system replacements. A little over half of that would be for the office areas, and the project can be split up. So
Okay.
not all of it
So it
has to
could
be.
be
done at once.
150,
Yes.
100 and whatever, half
Yeah.
of 250 is
Yeah.
125. Okay. And then followed by future discussions, probably starting with this council and undoubtedly with the next, on exactly what happens here, what happens there, what happens to the train station. Unfortunately, the train station will still be a library before the library is built, so it's not a site that we could use.
And police.
Police.
That's not even up there.
I guess in the short term, they have access into Minus. They have offices there. All right, what is this our rec center here, or is this the other rec? What did that mean? That's the one here, not the multi-purpose rec center. No, I just wondered how big is this?
That's not, I don't believe there is.
Yeah.
Budget right now for the regional rec.
Yeah, it's about year 8 to 10, somewhere out there.
Excuse,
Sorry.
to the CAO, did you have a meeting about the fire hall recently? Like, is there an update on that?
Through the chair to council, thank you for the prompt. We did have a preliminary meeting with the project manager and have talked about some of the very essentials right now in terms of moving forward. A couple of key considerations, one of which is looking at a communications plan to talk about what's forthcoming, and the acknowledgement that there probably hasn't been a focused communications information going back to our council as well as to the broader community. So that's being worked on now. And there's a variety of deliverables that the project manager is working on, and we've only had the one meeting to just talking about the framework. So that the second one will be forthcoming, and then I'm hope to come back and be able to update council further. But the first one was pretty much just in terms of talking about process and how we were moving forward, and we never got into some of the more tangible discussions in relation to that.
Who is the project manager?
Brian Smith.
Oh,
Mhm.
Mayor Donovan, just for clarity, there is no regional rec center in our capital budget because it's not our capital asset. If I remember Director McLean saying it's not our asset, so it's not in our capital budget. It's something we would fund through an agreement of some other source. Do you remember that? Okay.
I do, but I thought that there was an allocation out in year 10,
10?
like way out in the, no?
Not for the
Okay.
regional rec center because it's not our capital budget. There might be
Yes.
somewhere in our reserves. I don't know. I'd have to look. In the reserves of saving for it, but not in the capital budget because it's not our asset.
Okay.
That sounds familiar.
I think he beat that into my head perhaps is why I.
Okay. All right, fair enough.
Take note of
Are we good on the, sorry, I realize that's a pretty complex discussion with a lot, it's a multi-headed monster, but it's really needed. And I mean, none of these, to Jen's point, like, you know, we have an accessibility plan that has specific policy around what a new facility would be like. We have a climate plan with very specific policy around a new facility. So there's a lot once we get into actually designing the facility, but there's other decisions that have to be made around that. I just want to see where we're at here. Okay, so
Deputy Mayor has a,
No, I just wanted to thank you for putting all the balls up in the air. Because we have to take a long-term view and a short-term view and consider it all. So thanks for laying it out or putting them up in the air.
I think all I did was put them in the air. So the next piece is, again, looking forward, pieces that are in the budget, but just in the spirit of time, I won't go through each one of these. These are pieces that are in the budget we can talk about, and Alex was going to come up and talk about the leaf and yard waste compost facility on some separate slides. If we want to, if people are comfortable, we could do that now. But we can also talk about any of these projects sort of concurrently, if that.
yeah, we are. And I wondered if you want to do a break now and then come back until the presenters come at 3. Because we've been going for a couple hours.
Yep.
So why don't we take a 10-minute break? It's 2:08, so order 10 to 20 after, between 20 and 25 after 2. So we'll just take a break. All right, so we'll continue, we'll go right, we've got almost 40 minutes.
I'm going to invite Director D'Souza just to discuss the compost facility. If there are any questions in the meantime on what's
I
in.
think we have, I'm sorry, looks
sorry.
like Councillor Palmer has a question.
Sorry, it's a statement, I guess. Before we get too far along on what we're talking about, you know, the pieces of the puzzle of moving it here, I think the most important question that it came up to me is where does the IT department belong? And let's only move it once. We shouldn't have to move that twice, I don't think, so hopefully. So if we're gonna move it down to Public Works, make room for it now. So that's a question for David, but he's not here.
Probably it's part of a later discussion. We're not moving him this year. Okay, Devin.
Yeah, maybe
Compost.
we can go right into the compost. If there's any other questions on these ones that are on the screen, we could do them right after, and I'll invite Alex up now. For compost facility.
Thank you, Director Lake. I prepared a request for a decision, which should have been circulated to everyone with the materials for today. The decision is not being made in this meeting. The request will be presented at the next scheduled council meeting, which I believe is on the 27th. My intent here today is to just introduce this request for decision and the I guess some of the background that went into developing it. And I thought this was an appropriate time to present that with the discussion of our coming budget. So as you all know, we had a leaf and compost facility formerly at the Maple Ave site. The town previously allowed the town previously allowed leaf and yard waste to be dropped off at this facility, which was the site of a former dump near what's colloquially referred to as the Kenny lands. I believe the original intent after it was used as a dump was to be used as agricultural waste, and eventually that became open to the public. And the town has even allowed certain commercial landscaping operators to dispose of leaf and yard waste there as well. As we all know, the site closed to the public in early 2023 to facilitate the construction of a road connection into the new residential development on the Kenny lands. In terms of the previous operation, the facility was operated efficiently, and it was managed by our Parks Department, who takes great pride in their work. Park staff had undergone training, and they employed industry best practices to manage and process portions of the materials received at that site into usable composted products such as mulch and topsoil. Some of this material was used around town in town flower beds and gardens, and other materials were given away to the public. That facility was operated without approval under the Nova Scotia Solid Waste Resource Management Regulations, which is under the Environment Act, likely because it had been in operation for so long and it was grandfathered. So that act may not have applied when the facility was opened to the public. After the site at Maple Ave closed, it was when we came here for the decision to close that site, there wasn't sufficient time to notify the public that the site was closing, so it was requested of staff that we come up with an interim solution to be put in place for the remainder of the 2023 season. Basically allowing enough time to socialize the public to the closure of the previous facility. The interim solution involved 2 disposal bins being set up at the town's public works yard. And this allowed the public to continue to dispose of their leaf and yard waste in bulk form for the remainder of that year. That service essentially being a transfer station at a town operated site was essentially a redundant service because that site is offered at the Eastern Transfer Station in Kentville already. As of right now, we don't have any plans to continue that interim service in 2024. Just going over some of the usage statistics of the previous compost facility and the interim solution. So the interim numbers are highlighted on this chart. They're highlighted in red. It might be a little hard to see on the screen up there, but there was a pretty sizable reduction in the usage compared to the year-over-year numbers. We saw a reduction of about 20% in usage once we moved it into the public works yard. The interim solution that we had in place for a portion of 2023 cost the town approximately $8,200 in tipping fees. And that was just for the bins themselves. That didn't include any other staff costs or time spent pushing down the compost, things like that. So that $8,200, it was paid for by all taxpayers of the town, regardless of if they used that service or not. The interim solution saw a total of about 700 users, and going by the costs of those 700 users, that's an average of about $12 per use per visit to the bins. And that's just for the tipping fees alone, as I mentioned earlier. And looking at the bulk disposed volumes, we come up with an average of about 4.5 cubic meters per use, essentially.
Alex, were those 700 distinct users or some of them are repeat users?
Many of them were repeat. We don't officially track names and license plates and things like that, like some sites do,
But your sense was that it's not 700 distinct people in town.
Exactly right. There were a significant number of repeat users, and I can likely get
It's okay.
without having specific names or addresses, I can likely get a better statistic on that if desired. In terms of the costs and the usage, on top of all that, there's in my opinion, there's an unquantifiable increase in carbon footprint as well, because now we're not only are people getting into their cars and dropping off their compost, but we have trucks making special trips to come here and pick up the bins, and loaders and tractors.
Sorry, can I stop you? The slides that are shown on YouTube are not the right ones. If you hold on just 1 second, and then stop the share and then start. When you flip the screens, that you have to flip the. Okay, thank you.
Okay. So we're back. Sorry about that. We're back in business. Yeah, just again, talking about the carbon increase, having to have large trucks come and pick up the bins on a weekly basis leads to an increase in our carbon footprint for this program, and usage of diesel powered tractors and other equipment in the yard to manage that material that's been dropped off, to crush it down in the bins or to push it to the back of the bins is also unquantifiable increase in carbon footprint for this for the interim program. Now, how do I advance slides?
Oh, we should just work the same way.
Okay, I got it. I got it, yeah. So the interim solution also had the unintended effect of requiring more labor hours to manage than what would have been in the former Maple Ave site. Just as I mentioned, those bins required quite a bit of attention outside of the period that they were open to the public. So staff could push the material down in the bins and push it to the back of the bin, so people had access to be able to drop that material off. So we did have some unquantified increases in labor as well. In terms of the current level of service, outside of the interim solution, residents of Wolfville already pay for curbside yard waste collection in their municipal taxes. This service is provided by Valley Waste Resource Management. The program that Valley Waste has allows homeowners to dispose of up to 100 kilos or 220 pounds of yard waste in their green bins on a bi-weekly basis. And people can also dispose of bundled brush of up to 4 foot or 1.2 meter lengths, also on a bi-weekly basis with their collection. People can dispose of any leaf, yard, or garden waste in bulk still as well, for those who prefer to throw a bunch of stuff in their trailer and drop it somewhere. That service exists in Kentville, which is just 15 or 20-minute drive away. When people have a lot of leaves to deal with, the leaves are dropped off at that Eastern Transfer Station, the Eastern Management Center in Kentville at no cost. So that's all part of the current program, the current level of service. In many cases, this level of service is sufficient for most residential users. I can speak to that from my own personal experience. I've got a lot of gardens and trees at home myself, and this has never been an issue for me. So the purpose of this exercise was to evaluate our interim solution and to bring back a little bit more detail on the options that we spoke of earlier in the year about potentially increasing the level of service from what we're offering now, or from what is currently available to residents. The three options introduced to council back in May included a new leaf and yard waste facility, a permanent processing / transfer station, or a third option of negotiating an increase in the level of service from Valley Waste Resource Management. So I'm going to talk about all of these. I've got a few pros and cons associated with each, as I always do. I have some detail on costs to provide a higher level of service, but the actual, I guess the detailed costs are not very well understood at this time. And I should also mention are not currently in our budget anywhere. There's still a lot of unknowns at this time, at least until we have a commitment to studying the feasibility of increasing our service level further. So getting into the options, we talked about a brand new leaf and yard waste facility that would essentially replace Maple Ave. This would be a multi-step and multi-year project to design, site, and basically gain public and regulatory approval for a compliant facility. I mentioned the 4.5 cubic meters per use. Extrapolating that to previous levels of usage for Maple Ave gives us about a number of about 6,000 cubic meters per year. of usage based on historical data that we have available, which puts us well over the limit, the regulatory limit, meaning it would require approval under the Act. The first step in creating a new facility like this would be a needs assessment, followed by a site selection process and further budget planning. I'm not sure what that is.
I heard it yesterday too. We now have a train.
Dayliner.
Oh, good. I hope,
Coming from
I
this?
hope they're taking it out.
Anyway,
think it's a
ignoring the
fire.
noise outside the building,
Heard it last night.
this first step is critical. We would need to proceed with this step in order to better understand what the feasibility of actually building a new compliant leaf and yard waste facility would be. I have a rule of thumb cost there for this type of activity. It would probably be around 50 grand to complete this first step. The second step after this feasibility would be preliminary design and going through public and regulatory consultation. Depending on where the site would be located, this might be an extensive period of time. The third step after regulatory consultation and public consultation would be detailed design, procurement, followed by construction and long-term operational planning. I have a summary here, and this summary information is included in the RFD as well. Creating a compliant leaf and yard waste facility would likely, and again, these are very high level numbers, likely be in the realm of $500,000 to $700,000 in capital costs, and estimated annual operating costs of up to $100,000 in today's dollars. If we were to proceed, there's little likelihood that anything like this could be in operation before the fall of 2026. As I said, it does have to go through a regulatory process and public consultation, which could take significant time. And so there's I ran each of these options through basically a decision matrix looking at the council strategic directions and priority initiatives, and presenting an opinion on each. I don't believe that building a new leaf and yard waste facility meets our social equity strategic direction due to the increased tax burden on the residents of the town, whether they use the site or not. And as I mentioned earlier, some of the carbon emissions, reducing carbon emissions is one of our priority initiatives. Over our current level of service, any additional level of service we create results in an increase in carbon emissions. So that's a high level summary of option A. Option B, looking at a more permanent processing station or transfer station, essentially creating what we had as the interim solution this past year on a more permanent basis. The project approach would be similar to option A. It would be a multi-step, multi-year project approach, beginning with a needs assessment and followed by a site selection process. And budget planning, of course, to understand whether or not this option is feasible. Option B would have potentially lower design costs and would be quicker to get into operation over option A. Processed materials would not be used by the town or given away, processed materials not used by the town or given away would require the town to pay for hauling to the Eastern Management Center in Kentville, because again, this would be transfer station, there wouldn't be any landfill at this, in this option at all. This option, in my opinion, would require additional staff effort to operate and manage compared to the first option. We'd have similar challenges to the interim option. A lot of people spoke out about waiting in lines, having to drive through traffic to drop off their compost. We had some internal safety concerns for the staff member who was operating the facility on the weekends when it was open. And again, just a summary, estimated capital costs in the realm of $400,000 to $600,000, depending on what type of equipment and facilities needed to be purchased and constructed. Six-figure annual operating costs, depending on usage and how much had to be hauled away, disposed of, equipment that would have to be purchased. This option could likely be implemented a year sooner than the first option, option A, as it would require a lower level of regulatory approvals since it's not technically a landfill. But it still does require public consultation depending on the site. And again, with the strategic directions and priority initiatives, exactly the same as option A, the increased tax burden to all residents of town would be whether they used the facility or not. And this option would likely have an even higher carbon footprint due to the trucking, similar to what we saw with the interim solution. So looking at the third option, and this was discussed at management as a possible solution, would be negotiating a higher level of curbside selection service from Valley Waste Resource Management on a value add service basis. And what that additional level of service is right now is unknown, but it could be anything from larger bundles of brush to collection on a more frequent basis. There's a number of ways that could be negotiated. There would be additional per capita contract service fees that would apply to the town of Wolfville's portion of the intermunicipal service agreement. Again, that would result in additional tax burden for all residents of town, whether they use the service or not. With this option, it has the benefit of not having any design or construction costs. There's no new assets for the town to own or maintain. There wouldn't be any regulatory approvals, and little to no time burden for staff to get this option going. The downside to this option would be that it's not a perfect replacement for bulk drop-off. Any type of curbside collection program will have constraints, size constraints, weight constraints. That's an operator safety concern from my understanding, and limitation of some of the road going equipment that's used to collect curbside waste. This option also has the downside of not having any materials available for use by town of Wolfville staff. So again, option summary, in this case, there's no land acquisition costs, no capital costs. The operating costs, there would be an increase in our per capita contract service fees, as I mentioned, but that increase at this time is unknown. How soon this could be implemented is also unknown, because none of these discussions have been had with Valley Waste at this point. Would not require regulatory approvals, as I mentioned. As with the other options, the social equity strategic direction isn't met because of the increased tax burden to the town, whether that additional service is used or not. This one does abide by all priority initiatives, as it doesn't necessarily increase the carbon footprint. If there was a change in the frequency of collection schedule, if we had weekly collection, for example, that wouldn't apply, obviously. But if Valley Waste still comes every 2 weeks and just is able to collect more, they're coming anyway, so there wouldn't be a sizable increase in carbon footprint. So I have this out of the 3 options. I have this staff recommendation. This is the only recommended option if council desires to increase the level of service. And I just have, I believe this is the last slide in my deck. It's just a quick summary. Our current level of service, as I mentioned, meets the needs of most residents. Increasing that level of service creates essentially a redundant service that's a luxury for the few who use it. All 3 options presented here to increase our level of service have trade-offs that make increasing the level of service not necessarily align well with council's priority initiatives and strategic directions. What we'll be seeking is direction from council on the 27th on how to proceed with this file to the next steps. So right now, the way I have the request for decision framed, we're going to be seeking direction from council to direct staff to permanently discontinue the practice of allowing leaf and yard waste to be dropped off at Town of Wolfville facilities, and for staff to begin public messaging to that effect. Alternatively, if our council does desire to increase the level of service, the alternative would be to direct staff to begin the process of contract negotiations with Valley Waste Resource Management to have them provide a higher level of service for curbside collection for leaf and yard waste, as per my recommendations. Now, that's not the only alternative, but that's how it's presented at this time. I don't have any additional slides, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Alex. The Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thanks. 2 things. Who picks up the bags of leaves that people pile on their lawns in the fall?
Occasionally, those bags of leaves are picked up by Valley Waste, but it's actually not technically part of their program.
That's what I thought. So
You-
the
you
town
said-
doesn't pick them up?
No.
Interesting, because we're always rating them because we compost big time.
Mhm.
And, go and pick the right kind of leaf and bring the bag home. I totally get where you're going with this, and I appreciate how you laid it out in the recommendations. I'm thinking if we decide to bail, could we do something proactive, like have educational sessions on how to compost properly and how to dispose of your own?
We could do that. We could have programs, and I know Valley Waste Resource Management actually has an abundance of materials on their website as well that helps encourage people to do backyard composting. I know that's a big initiative in Nova Scotia, so it goes beyond Valley Waste Resource Management, but that could be part of our public messaging. That's part of the direction from council. Yes.
Possibly. I know from being on Valley Waste that they have staff whose job it is to do educational, proactive kind of stuff. So it might not be a big ask and would be helpful. So just my thought.
Councillor Madeira Voss.
Thank you, Mayor Donovan. I have 2 questions. Right now, we do have an option for people to put a certain amount out with our current contract with Valley Waste.
Mhm.
Do we know how much, those who are using the facility, how much more? Is it just a convenience to have it there so that it gets collected, sooner, or are people actually putting out amounts that are far, far greater than what's allowed. Do we have any way of measuring that?
So I don't have any information on what people put out at their curbside for now. I only have the information on what people were bringing to our bulk drop off. It's likely the people who were using our bulk drop off were dropping off more than what would be typically collected at curbside collection. Otherwise, most of those people would probably just leave it in their green bins. So
Yeah, I mean, because it's every 2 weeks, they may be actually accumulating more than what could be processed. The other question I have, and I'm not sure if this fits here or not, but the use of wood chippers. A friend of mine recently bought one to process the small waste branches and things, this small one, then to use as compost in the garden. It really is very effective in terms of decreasing the volume. Would having something like an industrial wood chipper available for people to use to kind of process their stuff and maybe, I don't know where that fits in the composting world, whether that makes any sense at all?
So I didn't go into a lot of detail about the what would be included in each of the options, but that essentially would be envisioned as a piece of equipment to procure for option B. In the processing / transfer station option. That would be we wouldn't allow the public to use a wood chipper, but town staff would receive branches and things like that from the public and process it in this facility, use it around town if we could, give it away, and have to haul away whatever is left over.
So the cost associated with that would be the staff time.
Staff time
hauling
and equipment, yeah.
Equipment.
I don't know who was first of the two of you.
Oh, go ahead.
Go
Doesn't
ahead,
matter. Go ahead.
Counselor Ring and
Um,
Counselor McLean.
I really don't know where I stand on this yet, to be honest with you, but to get back to the level of service that Valley Waste provides, 220 pounds in the green bin, I don't see how we're maximizing that with throwing a bunch of, tree branches in there and how you basically compact it. So it would have to be a heavy dose of leaves in there that are composting. So 220 pounds sounds like a lot. Can we do it somewhere else to get the 220 pounds in? And who's regulating that? I've never taken down my compost bin with 220 pounds every 2 weeks. I mean, so I didn't even know that. So my point is, can we message the level of service that we have, maybe on a website somewhere to, like, we already have this. I don't know. Did you guys know it was 220 pounds? I didn't.
knew it could be full. So
I knew it could be full, but you think about being full with a bunch of like branches, it's not compact. I'm not gonna get into the whatever, but it's that, so if we could wood chip it before. No, but what I'm saying is how do you, whoever gets 220 pounds into the green bin? That's my question.
Yeah, and that it's a good question. It's if you're talking about just filling a green bin with branches and brush, you're not going to get 220 pounds in there, but there are items you could put in there if you're, I can tell you from experience, I dug some veggie gardens in my backyard, and when I took the grass up off the ground and shook as much of the topsoil out of that as I could, piled all that in my green bin, it was probably at least 220 pounds when it went down to the curb, and it wasn't even full to the top. So depending on what you're putting in there from your yard and gardens, you could easily reach that weight limit. I don't think the drivers weigh it, but those trucks probably have only a certain lifting capacity, which is why they tell you you can only put 220 pounds in there. So
They want the lid has to be closed or no? I mean, because oftentimes you see things sticking out, but that messaging would be helpful. Like, you can put 220 pounds in there.
yeah, and their Valley Waste website Valley Waste website actually does have a lot of good, helpful information and tips on using your green bin and what you can and can't put in there, how it has to be loaded, things like that. It's all on their website. Admittedly, maybe not the easiest to find in all cases. They have a tendency to scatter some of this information throughout their collection calendar, which it's found in some other locations on their website, but it's mostly in their collection calendar. I would say to answer the question about putting in sticks and brush, your best bet would probably be to follow the practice of bundling larger, lighter things like that and reserving the green bin space for the heavier stuff like items from your garden or kitchen compost, things like that.
Councillor McKay and then Councillor Palmer, and it's almost 3 o'clock, so.
I've got a couple questions. So I do feel, I can say I've never used the compost site there or there. So however, I do fill my bin 3 or 4 times a year. And I just leave it in the backyard and I fill it up every time and I squish it down. But I don't think it's ever been 220 pounds because I'm pretty sure I couldn't wheel 220 pounds. I might, I'm pretty strong, but it would be that would be a lot. So my question is, can you get bigger ones then? Because those ones, the one that had yard waste on it on that slide, maybe it was just the way it was the visual, but like, can you get more bins or is that the one we have the only size, the only one that you can have? So could I have 2 green bins?
So to my knowledge, there are 2 different standard sizes. There's a small size and a large size.
Yeah.
And I think anyone is entitled to have a large size bin, but I believe they will only collect 1 bin at our current level of service.
Got you. Okay. Second question, I thought, Deputy Mayor Elliott, I thought we did do a composting one and Nick can shake his head yes or no if I'm wrong. Did we not do a compost education session at one point?
Oh, probably.
I think we did like last year or something.
Maybe
So
when
anyway,
they were
good.
closing.
Yeah, so I think we did it. That would be nice to do another one of those. We had a presentation on somebody else who did remember the little compost things that you could put in your house, so you could use those. All great things. I think this is tight timing because this is now coming up March. By the time you get Valley Waste on board, get the new contract in place, and will that hit April or May? Because when people start cleaning up their yards, it had better be in place, otherwise we're gonna have a mess. And I actually do have a friend who uses it all the time, who actually just texted me and said, what happens when there's a windstorm? And there are many, many, many more of those now. What do we do? Because I personally too do not have a chainsaw or a wood chipper. And what do we do with those? Because then there's a bunch of us, I would think, I don't know how many of us would have the capability to take those big trees or big branches, and what would we do with them if there wasn't anything local? And because I think then all of us would have to find a way to find a pickup place, get a what's the word? Tractor or trailer to put them on. And you would talk about carbon footprint because we'd all be going to Kentville 85 times just to get rid of the stuff in our yard. So I think there's a few things if we're going to do a bin. If we're saying, let's go with Valley Waste. I'm not saying we are, but if we are, we better do it soon. So it's in place and ready to go. And what is our level of service for the time there are storms? Because we do have to provide something for them, I think.
Councillor Palmer.
Thank you. I think you left out a 4th choice. And the 4th choice is do what we did last year. What's wrong with that? $8,200 plus or minus, maybe it's another 5. That's 15 grand or something. I don't know, maybe to do it. And we just keep on doing what we did. What was wrong with that?
That was B.
That was B?
Well,
Did we do what we did?
B would be the permanent option, the permanent version of that option.
But you're talking about spending a lot of money to do that, like buying a piece of equipment. You're talking about moving it to a different location. I'm talking about just keep on doing what we did.
What we need is a location to do that, and we need dedicated staff who are able to operate that facility. How it was set up last year was not ideal for the public or our staff. There were some pretty specific safety concerns with the way it was set up, and some public feedback that we got was that the drop off wasn't very accessible for people. So we would have to try and find ways to deal with that in a more permanent solution. And also where something is being contemplated as a permanent solution, there's still a regulatory process that would have to happen with that, because we're still receiving leaf and yard waste from the public. It's still considered municipal waste, so that has to be approved by Nova Scotia Environment. So there's a number of pieces that we we didn't do last year because it was just an interim solution, but if we were to decide to do that on a permanent basis, there are a number of things that we'd have to do to make that happen safely and compliant with the Environment Act.
Yeah, and I think to say the green component of it, I think that's smoke and mirrors, because if we had 700 trips to Colebrook, I mean, it's gonna be, that's not gonna be any greener than what we did down there. So, I mean, if that's the trade-off, is tell everybody that they gotta drive to Colebrook to do that. I live on Maple Avenue. I saw what those guys are doing. It's like, it's people trimming their backyards, and they're gonna do it on Saturdays, and they're not gonna try and do it on Mondays because Tuesday's garbage day. I mean, this is and it's not a loss of it's not an increased service, it's a loss of service. Because we've had that forever here. So I don't like I don't like any of your solutions, to be perfectly honest. I don't know what the solution is, but we're taking a service that has been here forever, and people use it. And certainly it's used by anybody who owns properties in town has used it at least once in the last 10 years. And if never, and your neighbors haven't?
Nope, never.
Shocking.
Dean
You
Jordan
should see
comes
the
to my
number.
neighbors.
What?
Except Dean Jordan comes to my.
Well, yeah, okay, yeah. So Dean does, yes, okay.
You know, there's storms.
We have, I hear people outside, so this is coming to council next week. Can you send us your slides, and is there, would that be the staff report?
There's a staff report with it,
With it,
with
okay.
it. There's an RFD. I'm not sure if that was
Or maybe it's
circulated
in-
today or
We just
it,
get
it wasn't.
Wasn't in today's.
Just
wanna add that one?
Yeah, it was just introduced to get the
Okay,
I guess the framework out there,
Okay.
the report.
so we will have more opportunity to discuss and think.
Yeah.
Okay. Devin, did you say you wanted to say something before?
No, I was just checking.
Yeah, just bring them in if you would. It's curling first. We, no, we compost or lawn mower them in, mow them in.
Or Dean carries it away.
Not for me, but I know he does my neighbors. What's this one?
It's an invitation to an art show, which is gonna be fantastic.
Don't know that name.
Do you know Gay Hansen?
Do I know Gay Hansen?
I'm not seeing the curling club here. I am seeing the, oh, there you are. Okay, I'd sing all the, yes, we have. No, I'm seeing lots of the Wolfville Historic Society, but
That's why this.
yes,
No, she's.
Okay.
welcome. Welcome, everyone. We have, we're in the middle of a fairly long afternoon of budget, and we have two presentations. The first one is from the Wolfville Curling Club. I don't know, I'm gonna look to our clerk. Were speakers given instructions on length of?
I didn't speak to anyone from the curling club, but.
If you can keep it to 10-ish minutes, that would be great. Thank you. And then council will have, may have, don't have to, but if council has any questions of the presenters, we'll do that after. And then after that will be the Wolfville Historic Club and Society, sorry, club. And then later on in our agenda, we do have two motions, but I don't know if we're doing those. I'm assuming you haven't finished with your presentation, so we won't necessarily be doing those motions right after your presentation. So whoever is speaking from the Wolfville Curling Club, if you would come up to the to the podium, and staff can help you probably want that a little bit higher, and Barb will.
Just a
Devon?
bit.
And if you just give us, when you start, your name and we
Thanks,
know
Fred.
where you're from. Sir?
Thanks.
My name is Fred Kraus. I'm a past president of the Wolfville Curling Club and have been for the last 2 or 3 years acting as the chair of our revitalization committee. I know you have an application from us from, I think, back in September or so. What I've just handed out is a very short update that will fit in with.
I should tell you, we don't get to see your application. That has gone to staff, so
okay.
don't feel that we have,
Okay.
it's in the package. All right, sorry. We just got it.
Anyway, so I thought that the best thing I could do for you would be to flesh out some of the things that have happened since that application came in and look back over the, we're 2 years into our revitalization project and heading into year 3 this year, year 4 next year. The curling club was established in 1935. It's been around for quite a long while. We're going to be in our 90th year next year. The building itself was partially established at the very beginning and has grown in different directions over the years. Anybody here know where the badminton club was or is? I thought so. That big parking lot right next to the curling club across from the farmer's market. That used to be a badminton court or a badminton hall. It was part of the same complex that the curling club was in. That was torn down a number of years ago and the parking area was put in. That was a major renovation of the curling club. In 2000 or 2001, after that had been torn down, there was an addition put on the side of the curling club that houses our locker rooms and the rental or a special meeting room upstairs. There's been various activities throughout the years to keep the building in good order. But we got a little surprised in 2021 when we got a letter from our insurance company saying, oh, by the way, have you looked at your roof lately? And we hadn't. And we understood from their query that probably our roof was 25 or 30 years old. It was time to take a look at it. So we did. And of course, the roofers that we set up to look at it saw all kinds of things that needed to be fixed. And our insurance company basically gave us a little drop of the gauntlet and said, fix it, or we probably won't insure you. That kind of got us started on looking at our club and saying, well, okay, that's infrastructure that needs to be done. What else should we be thinking about? And so we started to look at our facility in terms of its place in Wolfville at this time. Where it fit and what else needed to be done. So we developed a 3-year plan that had, as its major parts, the first part was fixing infrastructure, and that was redoing the roof and the fascia and things like that. We decided that we probably should not continue to try to heat all of downtown Wolfville with the heat escaping from an uninsulated ceiling, uninsulated walls, leaky big old windows in the facility. So, as a second focus of our attention, we decided let's look seriously at energy conservation. We recognized that our annual budget was going probably 35 to 40% of it just for energy. And that's not sustainable in the long term. So we designated year 2 as the year for looking at, making our facility more energy efficient. And that was the work that we did last summer. Year three, we recognized this document from Wolfel. That's your document, Access by Design, and it talks about accessibility. And our facility is not it's partially accessible, but it's truly not accessible to a person with mobility issues. We've had occasions, we hosted the Special Olympics and had to make a lot of accommodations to try to make that fit. We've been offered the wheelchair curling bonspiels a number of times and really haven't been able to say yes to that, because it would be, you could get wheelchairs in if you go in through the back door and through the workshop, you can get to the surface, but it's not a good way to do it. And so we decided that we should join the town of Wolfville and its movement towards making public buildings accessible by making ours accessible. So this is year 2024, year three of our renovations or revitalization project, and the focus this year is entirely on accessibility. We hope this year to be able to put in the various pieces that are necessary so that the first floor of the curling club can be accessed by anybody that drives into the handicap parking in the parking lot, comes around the corner. On the first page of the submission, you'll see a picture of what the front of the place could look like. That was our architect did that design for us. So there's a ramp that comes up to the front to the main doors. The doors going into the building would be powered. The doors on the inside that go into the rest of the place would be powered. We have washrooms here that would be redone. We'll end up with 3 gender neutral washrooms, one of which will be fully accessible, and so on. So those are the projects that we have in mind for 2024. We've had a lot of success in getting support through grant writing. The first year, the roofing work was done through a grant from New Horizons, as well as from the Nova Scotia Rink Revitalization Project. We liked the idea of rink revitalization and stole the word and put that in as part of our title. It also made the people giving us the grant money very happy to see that we recognize their work. And so that's where that whole project began. The year 2 work, tremendous amount of, we tore the insides of the building down right to the outside rafters and re-insulated the walls, insulated the ceiling, put in heat pumps throughout the whole thing, got rid of an oil-based hot water system totally. We've made our building now fully compatible with the recommendations from Efficiency Nova Scotia. And again, we got support from New Horizons. We got support from the Nova Scotia Rink Revitalization Project for a second year. But the biggest amount of support we got was from Efficiency Nova Scotia. Huge rebates on the work that we did. And so we were able to do all of those things. Some fundraising by the members of the curling club, but predominantly it was work or money's coming in from those grants. For this year's project on accessibility, this is where we included an application to the town of Wolfville for support. We have gotten a grant from Enabling Accessibility, which is a federal program. It was a $100,000 grant that we got last year, but we're using this year. So your former director of fund, what was
Director of Parks and Recreation?
Well, he was Brian Porter. He was
Yeah.
director,
Oh,
town clerk for a while.
former.
Anyway, typical of Brian, he's our librarian and treasurer and secretary. And he took the $100,000 last year and immediately put it in a GIC and made us another $3,000 or $4,000 that we're using towards the project. So we have that funding to work with this year. We've applied again to New Horizons, again to the rink revitalization. And we did an application over a year ago to the Green and Inclusive Community Buildings Project. When we saw that, when we said, they're talking about us, you know, our building, you know, we're making a provision to turn it into a green facility. We're focusing on accessibility, so it will be inclusive, and it is a community building. And so when we get down with the work, if we get all the money that we hope to get from them, you know, Wolfville will have at least one model that you can show other places of what does a GICB building actually look like. So, where we are right at this point, this year, our focus will be on making the first floor of the facility fully accessible. We hope that we can continue to bring in the grant money and funds to do a fourth year, and that fourth year would be making the second floor accessible by putting in an accessible lift, an elevator of some sort. We don't have solid numbers on that yet. We're finding as we started to look at it that, you know, elevators can go from 50,000 to 160,000 with no explanation at all of why one would be different than another. So we have a lot of work to do on that to be able to do it. But, you know, we're hoping by the time we get finished, we'll have a fully green and accessible community building as for the curling club for the town of Wolfville.
Okay. Thank you, Fred. If you wouldn't mind just staying there, and
Sure.
I'll open this up to any members of council who have any questions. Councillor Butler.
What were the amounts that you applied for the rink revitalization and the green and inclusive building grant? Sometimes it's like a third or a half that you are allowed to apply for based on the project.
We went to the maximum that they would allow us each time.
Okay.
And so the first year, New Horizons was 25,000.
It's 25,000. You got 33,000.
Revitalization was 14,000.
Was 14,000? Okay.
Second year, again, it was 25,000 from New Horizons. Rink revitalization was 33,000.
Okay.
So we went up almost 20,000 over the previous year. This year, we've asked for 25,000 from New Horizons, and we've asked for 40 from the rink revitalization one.
From the rink. But the green and inclusive community building grant was there a max set for that?
Yes, there was. And what we applied for was 272,000.
Cool. Thank you.
That's federal, yes.
Okay, that was
Good, Mike?
Yeah, thank you.
These are all grants that we've applied for. We've had some positive feedback from the people. We haven't had any signing documents in our hands that we can clearly say, yes, we have that and let's go. But we're close.
Thank you, Councillor Ingham.
I'm assuming that year 4 of your accessibility plan is going to be a lot more expensive than your
Yes,
year
it will.
3. Yeah, so I do applaud you for all the grants that you've applied for. As you know, I sit on a chair as the accessibility committee, so I'm really happy to see that you've taken advantage of these grants. And also that you're pushing forward. As you know, the province is supposed to be accessible in 2030. That's a lofty goal, but you guys are being progressive in that. Do you see this possibly increasing your membership? I can see that it would in that respect. And also as the pre-Olympic trials are coming here to McCain Center, I'm assuming this would be a practice area for the
Yes.
people that are coming too.
Yes.
Correct?
And to be able to be part of that huge event and have an accessible building right there, you know, we're easy walking distance from the arena where the curling will take place. So, you know, our club will be a center of activity there. And to have it fully accessible is going to be a major advantage.
Yep, I see that. Thank you.
Councillor Palmer.
How many members do you guys have down there?
135.
And how many of those live in the town of Wolfville?
Probably 70%.
Half,
I'd say more than that.
more than half.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Butler?
I'll add on. I went right to grant information. It was on my head. I did want to say thank you very much for making these changes and wanting to make these changes. It really stood out that you want 3 gender neutral washrooms and 1 which is barrier free. That means a lot. And I think that will open up, quite literally open the doors to welcoming more members and those that might have not considered it a safe space for them to go, or because it does. No one wants to enter through the back door and go through all these different, yeah. So thank you very much for that.
Other members of council? Thank you very much for your presentation and your application, Fred. As I mentioned, we will be dealing with this today after we have the presentations. I guess I'm assuming it will be after your presentation, or we can.
We had
be flexible.
recommended that this just be considered in the budget process and received
Yes,
today.
but we'd have some motions, whether we do that.
Yes.
Right after this, or I'm not sure. We'll talk amongst ourselves, but thank you. It will happen today. And yes, Director Lake is right. The recommendation is not to approve, but do we want to move it forward to the budget process, which is an ongoing
Did I hear
process?
that you've become a stick curler?
I did. How did you
So-
hear that?
I just know stuff.
I just, my, yeah, my Rotary Club went and had a lesson from Steve Matson and Tony. I didn't get
Tony
Tony
Sterling.
Sterling, and he was very good. And I wish I had my my foot warmers though in that. But yeah, it was great fun. And my husband and I are talking about maybe joining, but
Well, one of the demographics that you need to understand about
Old
this
people like
club is
me.
we're 60 to 70% seniors.
Yeah.
So stick curling, I'm a good example of why that works. 7 years ago, my knee was so bad, I wasn't gonna be able to curl. So I started shooting with the stick and I'll never go back.
it's
It's-
quite
and
fun.
we
and
have-
quite
We have
social.
a huge number of seniors that, you go down there any Monday, Wednesday or Friday morning, you'll see 20 to 30, 70, 80, including a 90-year-old out
I heard
there
that.
stick curling, wearing helmets and having a wonderful time.
I also heard that you do have or are starting a Little Rock Club.
Yes, we had Little Rocks before COVID shut us down. So we had a Little Rocks and a junior program. That one's been slower to get going again afterwards, but we hope to have it fully operational
Okay.
this coming year.
Right. Okay, so now my secret's out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Fred.
Catherine.
Major day.
Yeah, it did, because. Well, that's what happened. I've received 2 other ones before my kids. That's what we have, maybe that's one of them.
We can see, are you just not able to project?
It is really a good one.
Gently used.
Yeah, it was, but I've only ever seen 2 other, and maybe I've seen that one, so two that I've seen. I don't remember the first one.
There we go.
Condition other than some time it was that I saw at Biggs.
Well, no. They used to be out on the islands, right?
Yes,
Okay,
I think
we're
that's
all-
why it was there.
Council, we're all set now?
Okay, hi there. My name is Catherine Ryan. I'm the managing director at the Randall House Museum. I'm here today to talk to you about the exterior repair project and the grant we've applied for. So when I tell people that I work for the Randall House Museum, if they're grown up from here, I usually get a similar response. And it's something along the lines of, oh, I remember the Randall House. I haven't been forever. I should really go back. And this used to bug me. But when you think about it, it's not actually a negative statement. What's going on there is the people we serve at the museum are children with their caregivers and tourists. People don't often go to the museum in their own town. They go to the museum in another town. And so regardless of if residents go to this museum often, what it does now is it serves as a symbol of comfort and it gives a sense of place to Wolfville. And another important function it's serving right now is a way for visitors and newcomers, of which there will be a lot soon, to get to know us and to get to know our history. Briefly, the Randall House was built in circa 1800 by Aaron Cleveland, who was a cooper, and it was later purchased by Charles Randall in 1812. It's the town's second oldest building and is the only one available to the public. So this is a map of what the area around Randall House looks like today, including the old rail line, and the X marks where Randall House is, and that little squiggle beside it is the duck pond. So people know generally that Wolfville used to be called Mud Creek, but fewer people really actually know that Mud Creek was a creek that flowed into the inner harbor, which was where the Willow Park is today. In order to get around the harbor, First Nations, Acadians, and planter populations had to go around the harbor and over Mud Bridge, which is where that red dot is, which spanned Mud Creek, and then back down to what we now know as Main Street. What we know as downtown Wolfville, where we are today, it wasn't like this. It was basically farmers' fields and the occasional farmer's house dotting the landscape. And during the Age of Sail, Mud Creek, this area here, became a busy shipping port and the center of commercial activity, in effect, our first sort of downtown. Several shops, hotels, and businesses were built around Mud Creek to serve the area, and Randall House stood at the center of it all. At the time around Confederation, we got our first rail line with the invention of the steam engine. Our tiny harbor was changed forever. So in effect, the rail line cuts off access. You see that little ladder going across the mouth there. The rail line cuts off access to the inner harbor. And once the road was straightened out, as you see here, to accommodate the growing automobile traffic at the turn of the century, the inner part stood unused and just an eyesore. So this didn't change until Charles Patrick bought the Randall House in 1927 and eventually turned it into the duck pond, and that became the Willow Park that we enjoy today. So just over a year ago.
Back to reality.
Hello. We received the unfortunate but not totally unexpected news that the exterior repairs were required on the Randall House. So that includes the roof being reshingled, siding replaced, trim replacement, the soffit and fascia up at the top connecting to the roof, and heritage window replacement if we're to remain a heritage designated building. several qualified contractors have visited over the past year and have assessed the structure. And what they are telling me is that this 200-year-old building has great bones. There's no reason to think it's going to fall down, but if we don't fix the outside, the inside, the problems are going to go inside. Barry Hilt, he's the site manager of Ross Farm Museum and a noted built heritage expert in the area, came down and saw the foundation in there. He said it's the best foundation he's seen in his 30-year career, one of the best. So, and you can really sense it, especially when you're up in the attic and when you're down in the basement, how very strong this building is. They don't build them like this anymore. But to add urgency to the situation, the building currently houses a collection of about 5,000 artifacts that represent about 150 years of Wolfville's social history. The integrity of the building is, if the integrity of the building is compromised, it's going to be really difficult to keep these items safe from mold and corrosion, which occur in a building that's been compromised. So over the past 75 years, the Wolfville Historical Society, of which there are many members here today, have delivered many fine exhibits, programs, publications, and events to the community. But with the estimate of the repairs coming in at about $350,000, they were questioning whether or not they would be able to continue doing the work that they do and if the museum might need to be closed and sold. But what was realized was that if we were to do that, it would almost surely result in the eventual demolition of Randall House. It's in a very desirable location in town, very prominent. And it's a shame. It really is a shame because despite the condition of our house and the difficulties of depending on volunteerism to run our organization, we are actually serving the community really well. And let me tell you how. We're an extremely prominent location at the East End gateway of town with views to the harbor, Dykelands, and the New Moon Trail. We have beautiful gardens maintained by volunteers very well, and the public is encouraged to enter and eat the produce. In the last year, we've welcomed over 2,500 visitors through our doors and with the programming, and that rivals the highest numbers in 1980s. There are no other similar family-friendly heritage offerings in town, and it offers some variety to the town's experience. We host many heritage-related events in the summer, and community program goes all year round. We are doing the often invisible and complicated work of caring for Wolfville's historic treasures. And I just want to show you this relic. From the archives. It's a motion from the town council passed in 1988 that shows how our work was once valued. It declares that the town would accept responsibility for the collection should the Historical Society cease to exist. We don't want that, just to be clear. But I just want you to know how closely we worked at some point and how it was valued. We provide quality employment every year to one curator, who's sitting right there, Crystal Tanner, and 2 summer students who in many cases have gone on to be residents of Wolfville or gone on to be heritage experts in the field. Considering the good that the museum is still delivering to the community and the fact that the WHS's core mandate is to preserve history, what was eventually decided was to direct all of the remaining resources towards saving the building and trying to improve on how it serves the community. So towards that end, that's what I'm doing here. I've been they've hired me for the next 2 years, and the goals of my position at this point are to raise funds for and oversee those repairs on Randall House, create a stronger governing board focused on the museum, just to really focus down just on the museum, to secure an additional $10,000 in yearly sponsorships to support museum operations. That would make it less touch and go. And it's not a huge amount to find if we really put our minds to it. And to finally design a new interpretive plan for the museum that represents our area's history in a more authentic and inclusive way. So over the next year, we'll be consulting with community and working with heritage professionals to change the story we tell at Randall House and to focus in on that story. Randall House has been known as the Randall House since 1812. With a name like that, visitors might expect to find a historic style house that tells the story of the Randall family and that has articles from that family. But the truth is we don't know anything about the Randalls, hardly at all. We don't have any articles that we know of belonging to them. And so focusing on the Randall name limits the story that we can tell in that house, which is a shame because there is really so much more story to tell. The history of Mud Creek represents a convergence of so many histories. It's a story of many people who've lived in this place and the fascinating ways that it's changed. The museum stands ready to bring this diverse stories of Mud Creek to life, but we need a building to act as the home base. This is our last chance to save the building and the potential for this story to be told. So I don't know if it's been passed along, but I've provided a summary report. Okay, great. And I just wanted to point out the section that was made especially for you folks, which is a section aligning the municipal planning strategy with the goals of our organization. So we're a valuable part of the Main Street landscape, and Wolfville is better when it can strike a balance between old and new. Once the housing units are built across the street, Main Street is finally going to run all the way in a consecutive line back to where the town's origins began. The Wolfville Historical Society is seeking funding from multiple sources, including the town of Wolfville, to aid in the repairs. The exterior repairs are estimated to cost about $350,000 and are planned to be carried out over the next 4 years. Work would begin this summer. Not only would the exterior envelope need to be restored, but the walls need to be insulated so that this building can be more usable in a year-round capacity. So not only would the funds from the one-time grant be essential to phase 1 starting, but receiving the grant would be a signal to other levels of government that our town believes in what we're doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Catherine. Members of council, do you have questions? Councillor Madeira Voss.
Thank you, Catherine. That was a great presentation. And I must say, I really enjoyed the presentations that were made at the AGM recently. I thought they were very, very useful, very thorough and very clear. And one of the things that came up there was the name, because I think, as you just alluded to, there's no articles of the Randall family in that, and yet we call it the Randall House. Mm-hmm. Has the society made any decisions around maybe renaming the museum so that it reflects, you know, Wolfville House or whatever it is that you wanted to come, but so that the name reflects the town a little bit more clearly than Randall House does?
At that meeting, some interesting options were put forward for the name of the museum, and I would say at the board meeting that went after, everyone is in favor of changing that name. Now, I would love to say it is going to be called this right now, but it's probably more prudent to go through the community planning piece of this before and really look at how we're going to guide the interpretation here. But what you're seeing is the very beginnings of what I believe to be a name change, and everybody on the board has been supportive of that concept.
Councillor Ingham.
Thanks. I do agree with two of the things you said, and other things too, but you do have beautiful gardens there. Yeah. And the outside is in need of repair. I do walk by there every day and I'm like, and over the years that I've walked by, I have seen that it has definitely the chipping away of the exterior. So that leads me to just two questions. So you mentioned heritage windows. Mm-hmm. Is that for like all the windows? And what's the difference if you don't put heritage windows in, it cannot be a heritage building?
Okay. So I just drove all the way to St. John to go to a conference about basically the push and pull between having newer materials versus older materials. There's a number of factors at play. One is if there's a number of pots of money that I can apply to based on our designation as a heritage provincial and municipal heritage building. In order to keep that designation, which isn't the end all and be all, like we don't have to do that if it's determined not to be the best thing for it. If we want to keep those designations, we need to keep the exterior looking as it did in the past, which means wood windows, wood siding. Fortunately, we are allowed to have asphalt shingles because that's what we have right now. So we just need to keep it looking as it is right now. So I went on a journey talking to these people about different products. Are there, composite materials or vinyl materials or that sort of thing, something that looks just right, but may last for longer. And I've gotten quite a bit of pushback on the concept that vinyl windows would be actually a better fit in this case. Speaking to Barry Hiltz from Ross Farm, he says if you get a wood window with the exterior storm window, so that's like a 2-window system, and it's built really well, primed as you go. The last time they put windows in our building was 200 years ago.
Oh, wow.
Do you know what I mean?
Mhm.
And so I said, well, what about our value? He said, it's really only a few, it's only really a few levels below. It's still pretty high if you have a well-built window. What you really need to do, and this is what a lot of these people at the conference were saying, it's all about sealing it, making sure that wind doesn't come in. The other thing you have to be really careful about when you're replacing, putting new materials into an old building, those walls and everything about that building is an ecosphere. So if I'm gonna go, for example, do what one of my bidding contractors suggested and go put, styrofoam insulation on the outside, I'm gonna have a mold problem in there really quickly, right? So, cause there's like the dew point is what they call it. Right now, when I analyze my humidity in there, I can see the building is breathing. When it rains, it's wetter in there. When it dries out, I see it go out within 2 days. I track it by the hour. I can see the trends. So you can't interrupt that ecosphere without knowing what you're doing. But that's not to say maybe that place could have solar panels. But these are all negotiations I have to have with the bodies who partially fund us at this point. But I don't think there's anybody in our organization who is going to live and die by having it have to be exactly as it once was, but we want it is a heritage asset. So we need to be careful about just, replacing it with all new materials just because it is perceived as being the better option these days. We can't think of it as a new building.
Can I just follow up on that? Thank you. That was very well answered. So the other question leads into that. So as you're replacing the exterior and you're hoping the interior is gonna be more efficient, and you mentioned the items in there and the artifacts. Right now, are they being affected right now by the exterior not being, maybe it's not that warm. I don't know how warm it is in there in the wintertime. Are they being affected? Are the artifacts being affected? And do you have to store them somewhere? And have you lost any?
So, mold is, as Crystal will know, is something we need to mitigate all the time. If we see a little mold spore, we need to treat it. That's what the curator is especially trained for, okay? So it's something that we need to deal with constantly. A cold building is not actually bad for these artifacts. A cold, wet building is the worst possible thing you could do, because that's just going to equal mold, right? A hot building is probably more problematic, which is also what we have. Much of it's about just trying to control the humidity. So we have dehumidifiers. We're always going in and changing them out, that sort of thing. If you're asking me what the best solution for our collection would be, we have 5,000 articles. I would love to have 2,500 articles, like half it. And the thing is, since we've been taking things since 1949, the practices around accessioning things have professionalized and become more clear. And now you do it based on, does it fit the mandate of telling the story of Wolfville and area? And the next thing really would be provenance. Can I tell a story with this item? So we have a clock that used to hang on the wall at Porter's General Store, and we have a picture of it hanging on the wall with people around it. You know, that's something I can use in my collection. We have, one thing we have a lot of is beautiful textile pieces, because one of our curators about 10 years ago was like top in her field. We have pieces of national importance in our collection, but I don't, you know, we have so much of it. It just really needs to be gone through. So it needs to be gone through. And ideally, I think an offsite collection that's more temperature controlled is the end goal. And everything goes into our database system, which we have, but it's incomplete at this point. Students every year add to it. If we have a database of the exact right things we want stored off site, we know what we have, and we can bring it to the house. That house is not really meant for storage. You know, it's meant for showing pieces. And also, if that collection could be cared in such a way, it could be brought into other areas. Like, let's say you wanted like an interpretive display at whatever the train museum is going to be, or your new town hall, or that sort of thing. That sort of thing could be shared as a resource. It doesn't need to just be in that house.
Councillor Palmer.
Thank you. I was down and got a tour, I don't know,
Yeah.
2 weeks, the day you were going to St. John, whatever day that was. Anybody who hasn't been the last few years should go, because it's been 10 years, 20 years since I've been there. I'm glad to hear you say that you're not hung up on being your heritage designation. I suspect that the answer is somewhere between all modern and all old, and I don't know what the answer is. But I wouldn't get hung up on that heritage designation as far as the pool of money you could pull on.
Yeah.
I don't know what that's worth to you guys.
At this point, it's an equation that needs to be sorted. It's not an easy, you can't just call up someone and ask, you know, if I do this, will I get money? It's a complicated, sort of nuanced procedure that I'm going through right now. I'm trying to get answers on that. There are other heritage buildings that have decided not to go the designation route, just so that they don't have that oversight. You know, there certainly are other pools of money that they can pull from, but certainly being a heritage designation is helpful for community culture and heritage grants and federal cultural grants.
Right. Okay. And you said it's the second oldest. I gotta admit, the Whidden House?
Kent Lodge.
Kent Lodge.
Oh, Kent.
Kent Lodge, yes, they got us.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much, Catherine. It's, as a member of the Historical Society, it's a pleasure to hear your description. I just think people might be interested, and this might be a Crystal question. How many ghosts are there resident? And how many television production crews have come and filmed in that house?
Yeah, still in March.
In March.
Yeah.
Another ghost?
Oh,
Another TV program.
yeah. How many? See, no, they don't bother me. I'm there all the time. They're happy we're there if they're there. Now, Crystal's had more experiences and certainly has been, she has sort of relationships. Yeah.
They're not.
Yeah, the students occasionally.
Students won't go in without me.
Yeah.
Their hands.
Yeah, I think that's a friendly presence, but I mean, Crystal has connections to a lot of the TV folks and has ushered in quite a few people to show our house. We have, yeah, it's really easy to do a haunted house there.
Councillor McKay.
Thank you. Yeah, I had never been in Randall House, but I did at Christmas time and it was really nice. It was lovely to come in and show it. So thank you for that, for hosting that. I have two questions. One, can you remind me what, because having that historical designation on the house, what does that allow you to do aside from get grants? Is it protected from being changed in any way, shape or form? You said it could be torn down, but can it be if it's?
It would need to be declassified.
Okay.
It's a process,
Right.
right? So the what was the name of the house that just got torn down? a couple of
Oh,
years
yeah,
ago?
I saw that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
In
And
Davenport.
we had Christie House, which was the blue
The
house.
Reed
in
House,
front of the-
right.
That was the
Yes.
Reed House, yeah.
Yeah.
So that's an example of,
the
yeah.
one.
so if if someone wanted to buy that place and knock it down, and face the fiery wrath of
Yeah.
the heritage folks, there's not there's not a lot of teeth to that, legislation as it appears. But certainly being a museum and being part of our museum community, and having the mandate to preserve built heritage, it's certainly not what we want to have happen. And just when we put our little SOS sign up there over the summer, I've had people approach me saying in no uncertain terms, they would buy that, and they're not looking to refurbish that house. Yeah.
Second question is, I know from the town, we give funding $10,000 a year, correct?
Yes.
Right? And that's it, just how I can recall, operational. What do other communities, just recently, because it was Heritage Day, I saw a bunch of things that friends had posted from the Kentville Historical Society, but what do communities or towns do, either from an operational, strategic, or a long-term viability, do for historical societies that we might model?
I would like to answer that question, not all here today.
Okay.
Because it is something I'm looking into right now, and I sense, people genuinely want to figure out the issue of what to do with old houses. I've looked into, for example, Bridgewater, the municipality has taken on the building itself and the museum itself, and there are different levels of success with that. When we were going through this, when we found out about the repairs, we certainly wondered if the town might want to take on the ownership of the house or the running of the house or anything like that. And I would say it's not completely off the table, but for as long as we as an organization can, because we have the expertise, we have the connections and the specialty. As long as we can keep this out of that realm, I think it's better for everybody. I mean, just having it fail doesn't seem like an option that anybody wants. And if we can bring our expertise to it, then I think it's the best possible solution. But we really struggle with our operational expenses, which is why I'd love, we really would like to get those sponsorships. We really struggle with, just keeping the building up. We do our very best with our membership, but it's the point of the other side of what we're trying to do here is renew what we offer to the community in hopes that we can build our membership. I think what I'm hearing out there on the ground is that relying on volunteerism to run the buildings is not, it's not a viable business model today. It was. You look at the pictures of the folks who ran the society in the 90s. I mean, it was just a going concern. People had all the time in the world compared to these days. But I'm a mother. I can't find the time to volunteer, though I have tried to. So we're trying to roll with the times here. I would like to look into more answers about how municipalities deal with their heritage buildings. But I say this all the time. So I used to be a florist, and brides would always want to take a little bit of money and spread it all over their tables. Okay, and like have a little bud vase here and a bud vase there. And what I always say is put your money where people are looking, right? Like be strategic about it. Don't spread it out over little spots. And that's what I think is that makes sense in this case.
I would be really interested to hear what a strategic long-term plan of us working together would look like. Not outside of, I know this is one decision, but outside of that, I'd love to hear what you come up with in the next step.
Thank you very much.
If you could share that
Thank
with
you for
us.
listening.
Yeah.
Thank you. Other members of council? I'm going to ask council, given that we have the audience here and there's nothing in our agenda that says when we will deal with the motions. Would it be acceptable to council to deal with these two motions now before we get back to the general budget? Is that? Because we don't. All right. If there are no other what we'll do is get a motion on the floor and then if there are any just things that members of council would like to say before we have the vote, and to remind council, both of these are to move them into the budget process. We're not making final decisions. So with respect to the curling club, would somebody like to put that motion on the floor? Councillor Madeira Voss?
I would move that we,
There is a motion.
where is it?
There's
I
a
don't have a
motion.
copy.
You can pass this one around.
Thank you. Be happy to read it. Take my glasses off. I would move that the committee of the whole for the following motion to council for decision. The council consider approving a 25,000 one-time capital grant contribution to the Wolfville Curling Club to support accessibility upgrades to their facility as part of their 2024-25 budget process.
Thank you. And a seconder, please. Councillor McKay, are there any comments or other questions that members of council like comments?
Can I make, so it seemed weird that there were motions for these, because we don't normally motion.
We do, actually, because it's right now, these are not in the budget, so we have to, on this one-time grant, we do say whether we want to include
Because it's
it,
grant
because
related.
it's a grant.
Okay. Yeah, I was confused seeing the motions. Usually it's just
Yeah.
direction to include it in the budget process, but
Yes,
because they're grants. Thank
Because
you for
it's a special
clarifying.
grant, and that's a council grant. Other questions? Councillor Madeira Voss, do you have a comment or question?
No, oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I just want to make sure. Are we ready for the question? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? That passes unanimously. And
Do you want me to?
does somebody else want to move them? Who would
Wanna
like
go
to move the motion? Go right ahead.
Okay. I would move the committee of the whole for the following motion to council for decision. The council consider approving a $50,000 one-time capital grant contribution to the Wolfville Historical Society to support repairs to Randall House as part of the 2024-25 budget process.
And a seconder, please. Deputy Mayor, are there any comments or questions of council? Ready for the question? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Your light got on late. You good? Okay, are we ready for the question? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? That is also passed unanimously. So those two items will go forward in our budget process that will continue. We have a public, I guess, open house, and ask staff, is that going to be in this room? On the 29th, afternoon and evening. So encourage all of you to come out and see where it is proposed that this year's town budget might get spent on. And then in March, we will have one or two more discussions on budget with a hope to pass it on at the council meeting on March 19th. That's not set in stone. It depends on how we get through that. But thank you, everybody, for coming. You're welcome to stay. We're going to continue on with budget.
Take 5 minutes.
Yes. 5 minutes, council. Dark in this room. It's dark. It's dark. Having trouble seeing. All right, we finished with the compost and, have we? No? We have finished with compost. Yeah, it feels very dark in here. I wondered if somebody else.
I'll get the more.
Yeah. So Devin, where are we?
Okay, so we just went through the compost facility. So what we're reviewing right now is the projects that were in version 1 of the budget. So these are, I'm just making sure we already went through this one. Yeah, and then we went into compost, and this is
Right after.
the last couple of projects here. So I guess in a similar fashion, some of these we've already gone through in some detail. I took some direction on some of the elements in these. So at the bottom part of this slide, those are some of the parks investments that we're looking to make that were actually in this current year's budget. A lot of them are moving forward. At the top, I don't think there's a ton to say there, but again, the sanitary sewer lift station assessment rehabilitation, that's a multi-year exercise. We discussed, Alex gave some information on that earlier. The flood risk mitigation, we do hope to actually do some preliminary design work this coming year. And then the traffic safety and mobility, a lot of that is coming with the active transportation work. And I believe council has been, I presented that package, I think, with the parks. Yeah. I don't know if there's anything there that there's questions on.
It's just general,
I'm sorry,
the bottom 3 have already been motioned to move forward. Have they been tendered yet? Because we motioned those through the first rendition. The
No.
Sorry, tennis courts, washrooms for Reservoir Park, and the accessibility. We motioned those through. Have those tenders been developed and sent?
We're working on all of those. Yeah. And I believe the other ones are on here. Yes. So the other ones that we're working on right now are the West End, Park and Trail. There has been some, I should bring this up because I would like to be clear on this. So there has been some discussion on the West End Park piece. And there was some desire there to have some type of playground equipment. And it was a small children piece. So we are looking into that. We may bring something back, just the magnitude of costs there will obviously change the budget. Some of the correspondence I'm getting, people are referencing things like the Port Williams Park, which I know is substantial investment. And I think some of the things that I've been saying to people is, we're really focusing on getting like the base down in the park, and there would be a second round of investment there as it's built out. So I think we just need to balance that a little bit. I think Nick and I, as we've been talking about it, and just to share this openly with everyone, we're a little hesitant to put something really small or misplaced in there. And then we kind of regret putting that in there because we want to make a bigger investment. So we'll bring more info on that. We should have the final numbers with the next round of the budget to do the trail and all of the work there with the park.
Councilor McKay?
And so the next nudge you're bringing back is, are you going to cost out what it would take to put something there that is for small, because
we're going to give a magnitude
of what
of like,
maybe.
yeah,
and
you
then
could
this.
put like within the budget that's been assigned.
Yeah.
There could maybe be something, but it would be very minimal.
Right.
And if you want to do something more substantial, it will cost you this. I'm more worried about getting all of that work done with the environment of labor, and then promising that we're going to put something there and we don't get to it. And so it might just be worth taking the time to realize that we're making a second investment there once everything, this initial investment is finished.
Yeah, because I've been getting a fair amount of correspondence on it, and the first time around, we promised we would have it done by now. So I'm always cognizant of that, but and because there is not much else in terms of playgrounds for smaller kids aside from the Wolfville school, which then you can't access from September to June, anytime between 8 and 3:30. 4 o'clock, because I do after school there, so it's tough.
Yeah, and I should just say related to that, I have met with the West End developers who are looking to move forward with more housing units there right away. And so you'll see more activity on the Middle Street. Jesse Jaggard. Yeah.
Jagger. Other questions? Give an update, either Alex or Devin, on the nature preserve. We're just monitoring that. We're not, no big construction at this stage.
Do that, damn.
I can provide you with a very high level update. We received some recommendations from our consultant. And we're putting a program together, but that's as far as it's gone so far. There's no more detailed update than that at this
Do you
time.
anticipate a significant capital project in the next year?
Not in the next year, no. There are some allocations in there for monitoring and some preliminary work to address safety concerns, but no major significant capital projects in the next year.
Deputy Mayor?
A couple of years ago, we had a individual resident of the town who wanted to contribute in a significant way to the nature preserve, to keeping it up. And I don't know if it was tree work or pathways. You couldn't get to the bottom. Anyway, I'm hoping that that funding is still going to be available and that we'll be able to use it.
Yeah, there's a bit of a pending sort of chicken and egg there with some of the assessment that's going on. We have reached out to that funder since Director Thomason has moved on. So if we have more information on that, we would definitely bring it back. I should also say that Lindsay's working with the Nature Trust on, they're potentially doing a hemlock monitoring project within there as part of the Nature Trust and through Nova Scotia Environment, I believe. And so we have a bit of a project charter that we're developing around the urban forest work, and we're trying to lump all of that together. So council has all the info.
Great. Okay. Thank you. Operations were still in capital. but
Yeah, yeah, sorry.
Now we're moving to.
Now we're moving.
operations.
I'll keep going.
Yep. Go ahead.
Okay, so this is just simply to talk about all the different areas that we organize our operations plan in. This has historically been kept fairly consistent. We have added this year just a core service delivery piece. This again is, I've already shown this and spoke to it, so I won't take up more time there. Sorry, I'm just wondering where I had a break in here somewhere that, okay, it's way back
We
here.
just kind of had a little break.
Yeah. Just an opportunity for Barb to come up and do some slides, and maybe this is the time to do that, just where we're talking about social equity. We have a few slides just talking about the equity, diversity, inclusion work, and I just kind of pass it over.
So
Yeah.
we're skipping over core service delivery. Or that was just
Just on,
an
well,
intro page.
this is a really a repetitive slide from the beginning, but this is kind of a large chunk of our operations plan, to be fair. But a lot of this is our staff core function, but we can come back to this at any point, I guess.
Are there slides for individual core functions coming up?
So we're going to go through all of the different areas.
We're good. then.
Yeah. You good? Yeah. Laura's on it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Through Mayor Donovan to council, I wanted to use this as an opportunity to give you a little bit of an update on where we are after almost being at the end of our year one inclusion program. So just as a reminder to folks who maybe were not here a couple of years ago, but we had an opportunity to partner with the municipality, so with Kings, on their diversity program. And there was some really good and valuable conversation around the horseshoe, and council decided to not enter into that programmatic opportunity at that time. It's a lot of syllables at this late hour. So council instead wanted to take a look at what we could do in Wolfville that would be as unique as we were. So a year ago, over the holiday break at Christmas, I know Erin, who was still our CEO at the time, and I scrambled to find the perfect person to work with us. We approached Tanvi DeBass, who was just finishing up her studies at Acadia at that time, and Tanvi joined us for a 10-week engagement cycle. So we went to the community and we really started to look at answering some questions. So what did diversity mean within the Wolfville context? And just as anyone would discover, it means understanding that we are all different and unique. We looked at what it was to, be included, and in order for diverse folks to be included and to feel welcome in everything that we are doing here through the town, we needed to understand what supports or what additional pieces might need to be provided. And that's where equity comes in. So we came back to council after that 10-week exploration, and we had heard some really interesting things from the community. We heard stories about the perceived barriers between on-campus and off-campus, because of course, half of our population are connected to Acadia and our students. We also heard that our international students were facing some additional challenges that probably needed to be addressed. We also heard that there were some opportunities to bring people together to help us relearn how to be social with strangers. And a great way to do that, of course, was through sharing food and bringing folks together in a barrier-free way. So that's where kind of the idea of supporting Soups and Sides came in. There was also a need to do some training. And that was the one piece that didn't really happen. We were going to do some, another big phrase for me, cultural competency training. And the facilitator who we hoped to bring in to work with us this past year, unfortunately was not available. We did, though, use some of that budget for training, and that's what supported the harms reduction piece that we did just last week. Because again, although we were targeting certain things in the first year of our programming, what we really started to understand, of course, was that there were some additional needs that folks in our community had, and specifically the folks who were without housing. And so we were able to take some of what we had already heard from different diverse groups and understand that there was a need to pull this in as well, which we've done. So in year one, council supported a 6-week pilot of the Soups and Sides program, which was incredibly successful. We did the harms reduction training, as I said, and we are just now wrapping up a look at what it would take to breathe some life back into the host family program. And that is a non-residential support program where we would be partnering folks from the community with international students at Acadia. So the photo on the bottom left there, that's a focus group. Those are international students who gathered at the Wong Center. And again, for this program, we've been, for the feasibility work, we've been working with Aditi Sharma, who's an international student who has been really supporting this look. And at this point in time, and a report will come back to council, but it does sound like this would be a program that international students would be happy to participate in. It does sound like we have some folks in the community who would like to act as mentors or supports. We don't have all the language worked out yet. And the difference and what we're trying to find out about feasibility is what would it look like for the town to actually be supporting this program? Previously, it was run through the Wong Center, and they just don't have capacity. So that's what we've been looking at this past year. all of this exploration from the initial engagement to really kind of doing this deep dive has helped all of us, so staff, members of council equally, to understand that we have to use this lens of equity, diversity, and inclusion in everything we do. It's not just a committee, although one day I hope we have a committee as I look over at Jen. But it's more than a committee. It's how do we do this in everything we do, from understanding that acronyms can be challenging to how we communicate, and how do we ensure that we are hearing feedback in a positive way and responding to it. So a couple of photos that I pulled, because I like to tell stories through photos. We had an opportunity to partner and to support the Pride Picnic this past summer here in Wolfville. I'm really happy to say this was one of the events that was put on by Valley Pride that was really well supported, not protested, and that really speaks volumes to the kind of community we have here in Wolfville. So this was part of the Drag Princess story time, and it was an incredibly hot day, and we brought in an ASL interpreter to work for that event, and that was our contribution, was not only providing the space, but also providing that interpreter. And we have now compiled a list of interpreters who will be available for different events. Nick took the step of bringing in an interpreter for our family-friendly holiday show that happened at the Al Whittle at Christmas time. And again, just really taking those additional steps. The other picture that is there of the pirate and the mermaid and the octopus was from the New Year's levee, which also changed based on feedback that we had. So previously it had been hosted at Acadia. It was delicious chowder, but we had feedback that it wasn't necessarily family friendly and people didn't always feel really that they fit. So we completely changed it up, and I thank council for supporting that idea. So we moved it into the farmers market on New Year's Day, and we just turned it into a bunch of fun activities and a treasure hunt. And Mayor Donovan will be pleased that I didn't include the photo of her on the floor playing charades with the children, but that photo is available by request at any time.
I didn't know that. Delete it.
You're welcome. But so again, this is just showing that we are kind of really intentionally looking at how we do things. And just with that end goal, we talk about EDI, which is again, another acronym, but this is really about inclusion. What does it take to understand how different we all are, and to understand that to build this fabulous community and to maintain it in that way, we really have to go out of our way and be intentional about providing whatever supports are necessary so that all people feel welcome in what we are doing and in the safer spaces that we are creating. So year two, yay. And that's Aditi, who I mentioned earlier. She loves the Wolfville sign. So she was very happy that there was big snow after this sign had been installed. This was a family photo, or a photo that she took to share with her family back home. So it does look like a recommendation is going to come to council to relaunch the host family program with all the details associated with that. Again, really understanding that international students are a big part of our community and that they require some additional supports, understanding how to navigate housing, understanding how to access services, how to find their way around the community. This is something that having some permanent full-time residents to help with would be incredibly beneficial. We also want to expand support for the Soups and Sides program. We want to, I know, this is a big one. We want to turn it into a 30-week program. And that would require the town funding it. We will be going out and looking for some partnership supports as well, potentially through Acadia and through some other folks in the community. We're still at this point in time waiting for direction around the Dismantling Racism and Hate Act. We will be prescribed as a public sector body under that act in the same way that we were under the accessibility legislation. When that happens, we will require a plan very similar to our accessibility plan, and that will require some additional pieces. We thought it would happen in January. Hasn't happened yet. We're kind of on standby. And because we've already started our work, we've done that community engagement piece already, And we're already rolling out and breathing life into some of those community-based suggestions. We will be further ahead on that process. So once it happens, no stress, we will get it done. We're going to continue to weave inclusion into our policy and into our practice. So our clerk, Laura, has been doing a phenomenal job going through different things like HR policies, and we've been using a different lens on that. How we invite people into interviews, how we advertise our jobs, and how we will prepare to let the community know that we are going into an election cycle soon. We'll all have that lens of inclusion. As I said, the focus on the election. And then we're going to continue over the next months with training for both staff and members of council around whatever topics or areas might be of interest. And the nice thing about doing it in just the town of Wolfville with support by council is we can be somewhat responsive and if we need to pivot and provide additional supports in additional areas. So that's what your year 2 will look like. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Barb. Councillor Hunt?
Of course I have questions. First of all, I'm going to use the acronym EDI, so Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion. So when I use that, that's what it is. So I have written down things that we have embedded, and I do applaud you for that because since I've started on council, I could notice a huge change in all of it. So I mean, you know, the council policies we're going through, the agenda packages, even like as we're looking at the homeless, you know, situation here in Wolfville, I've looked at that. When we're going through the policies on flag flying and acknowledgements, that's through an EDI lens, the workshops that were offered, and even with like the committee that I'm on as accessibility. So there, and then even when we're going through the process of hiring a new CEO, it's going to be really important for us to use the EDI lens. I think everybody knows that. So here's my question. You talked about the anti-racism strategy that we have to put into the government, and we don't yet know yet. So you are doing all the work. This is inclusive. So where is the task force or the working group going to come in that we talked about before to have that? So we have feedback from the community. So this is what staff is doing. I think of an inclusive. So where does that fit in that we talked about the working group and the task force?
Thank you for that question. Without knowing what the requirements are from the province, I'm really guessing at this point. But all of the feedback we've had initially has been very similar to kind of what we got around the accessibility legislation. So we will, at some point in time, need to pull a committee together of community members. These would be people who might have lived experience or have a passion for equity, diversity, and inclusion. Might also be the same as accessibility, somebody who works with an organization who represents folks who might have been marginalized. So we would look at it that way based on whatever the direction is from the province. We would put together a community-based committee. And again, they would be making recommendations up to council, and we would probably be defining things in specific programmatic areas like we do with the accessibility plan. It's really unclear at this point, but we're ready to go. And we also, based on a previous conversation, we might have the ability to partner on a plan. And if that is the case, Acadia has indicated that they would be willing to work with us if we wanted to have a joint approach or a joint committee, which is already some of where our current programming is going. We're really focusing on that partnership with Acadia.
Yeah, I do like the partnership with Acadia. So I guess my question would be, we wouldn't just have to form a committee because we're dismantling anti-racism, right? I mean, because we have the homeless situation here. There's so many things that we could be vetting through this working group already, not just waiting for that. So I know it's 2024 that we're supposed to have this into the province, is it? Or 2025, the dismantling of anti-racism strategy?
So the legislation is in place. We have not yet been prescribed as a public sector body under the legislation. So our direction has not been received at this point in time. The legislation is there, but what we do as an organization, it's really at this point, it hasn't been determined. So we are still being proactive in taking those additional steps, but it's really unclear at this point in time. So we could look to bring in a working group or to have a committee, but until we really know what those requirements are, we might then be rebuilding something.
Okay.
Councillor McKay?
Yeah, I actually did think we discussed this at the end of one meeting and said we actually said we wanted one. So I would agree. I think committees of this nature are, that have, you know, people who have that experience is invaluable. I don't have it. I concur with Councillor Ringham that I think we should have one. Again, I thought we were gonna have one, so I'd love to see that move forward. I'll leave that there and maybe we can do that at some point in the next little bit. And I have, and I don't know if it's in the little bubbles of this social equity thing here, it has non-market housing initiatives and explore additional public bathrooms. I really don't want those two things linked together. I do not think that they are together. I think that everyone in this community should have a bathroom if they come into town. I think it should be accessible to everyone. And I don't know why it is part of that non-market housing initiative. It sounds like you're just building a washroom for people who don't have a house. I think it's a washroom for everybody. And we, do you remember last term? You remember maybe, Mercedes? Remember she brought this book to us that said, there's been a real shortage of washrooms, people with children, like there is a real issue with individuals not having washrooms to use when they come into town. I think that is, so I think we should have one. I just don't think it should be part of that bubble.
Maybe it's not social equity, maybe it's just infrastructure.
Yeah. For everyone.
No, I was just gonna say, that's my bad. I think I added that quickly during the meeting when we were talking about it and I stuck it there, but yeah, very good point.
It's okay. I just
Yeah.
wanted to make sure. It's there for everyone.
Just in response to the need or the desire to have a committee or a working group, if that is the will of council, then definitely go and motion that, make that direction.
We already have.
We did,
have.
I think we did
We've
back in
already got a
November.
motion.
Yeah.
I mentioned this morning. We have a motion. We have another motion about healthcare that's, or health facility that's not on here, but we've already got a motion about, well, this year, this calendar year.
Okay, I'll go back with Laura and pull that
And I
out.
believe we are actually waiting for today's announcement to initiate, to act on the motion. We have a motion to the effect, two motions, one dealing with the health task force for a health facility, that's probably not the right term, and a task force for non-market housing. I'm not sure of the exact words, but. And we were waiting, we were told to wait for the announcement, so.
I mean, I can speak to the non-market housing piece. We're working on a whole bunch of structural pieces. So I have on my desk right now, like a bunch of procurement documents Lindsay's been working on that we couldn't really release until today. We're also going to launch a call for a working group around non-market housing as well, a task force working group. We should decide what it is, but one of
It
those.
would be helpful to go back and find that motion. I'm thinking it was in January maybe, or was it even December or January, I'm thinking.
Was there also a motion though on a committee specific to equity, diversity, inclusion? Is that also being referenced? I'm just.
So I thought there was one because I'll go back in my memory bank, but we were at the at the fire hall over here. And it was the day
Was it?
you
we
left, that Aaron
I
and
left,
Mayor
yes.
left to go to the NSFM.
No, the curling
Sorry,
announcement.
curling
It was
announcement.
around the
And,
20.
Yeah,
2nd of
and Director
November.
McLean took over chair and we had an announcement, so maybe it didn't make the I don't know. But it was definitely during that meeting, it was over there. Yeah. And Aaron and the mayor left to go do that, and then we finished off the meeting, and I think it was a budget.
It was a budget with
Yeah.
the early budget meeting, and it was on a Tuesday, it was on the Tuesday, and it was in November. And it was whatever day, I'll tell you what day it was because it was the curling announcement.
We'll pull those back to you. I just wanted to clarify that.
If I can find it.
Are we good on this piece? Can we keep?
Can I make a comment?
It was the 20 Halifax announcement, so it was on Wednesday, the 22nd, and we had a budget meeting at the fire hall. November. Sorry.
Can I say something?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Change glass, it takes a while.
Okay, so Barb, you mentioned something about hoping it would be Katie involvement in in this committee? The EDI committee?
I
Clearly
Not the,
fully understanding what the previous motion was with apologies. So my understanding from where I was sitting, I thought we were waiting to be prescribed and to do a plan as per the legislation. And at that point in time, it could potentially involve a partnership in that plan with the PDF.
okay.
But again, if council had motioned something previously, that's absolutely what we'll go back.
Well, that's what we need to check. I was just sitting here thinking about when I was part of the host family program. And you have students coming into your house and they have issues with professors or residences or whatever. It's really helpful to have someone who can facilitate. Like you can't, as a resident, do anything to help them. So just, that's my thought.
Can I clarify something that,
Councillor Ingham?
yeah, sorry, before Devin spoke. So I remember the meeting because I put in a request for agenda item because I wanted a committee of council. So when we discussed that, you brought up, and then Jody, we had a discussion that because we haven't had the exact directions from the province, what anti-racism strategy is going to look like, we started talking about a task force. And then we had a motion on the floor to say, do we want to have Barb or, somebody look into a task force? That would, does that ring a bell? Because I think you had left and Aaron had left.
Yeah,
So
'cause I don't remember.
so you wouldn't have been there, but I remember putting a motion on the floor to say we wanted to look into a task force. And I think that Councillor McKay said, can you have it by the end of January? That's my, am
You
I
are
correct?
exactly right.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not,
Yes.
no, but that's my memory. Yeah.
I do remember
where-
that now.
Where are
Yeah.
we with that, Barb? You're going to, between you and Laura, you're going to go
No,
check the
that's,
minutes and then
Yep,
come back
absolutely.
to us next week.
Because I actually don't think I was at that part of the meeting.
You may not have been, might not have been.
So,
I
yeah.
think Mike was there as the CAO. He was, and he's the one that said we should, so we motioned it, I think. But I remember you saying, can we have it back by January? That's my,
Now that you say that, I actually do remember that.
but you might not have been there. Yeah, you might not-
Okay, we're gonna look up, and so there are a few motions. I would say there's 3 motions. There's one on EDI. There's one on, Jody, what do we call that? A health facility task force? Is that
Something along that
something like
line.
that? And a housing, non-market housing task force. There's 3 motions out there that we approved.
I guess just, we often go and talk about what committees we're gonna have in the coming year. So just to clarify this, there is consensus on the healthcare facility task force. And I'm loosely using the word committee. I mean, gathering groups of people to work on this stuff. We have an AT group on the go. And there's gonna be this non-market group and there's clear desire to pull this EDI stuff together. Okay, I just want to make sure.
And there's been lots of stuff happening in this town. Don't anybody feel bad. Like there's a revolving door of people. So, and it's only February, so like no issue. No. Good job from your November. Was it paid? No, because we're in fire hall. All right. We will locate those and I'm wondering if Yeah, I'll be here tomorrow, then maybe we can circulate, yes. Social equity.
Okay,
Talked around.
is the goal to finish this meeting at 6?
Well, Wendy and I have to leave shortly after 6. Mike, we're gonna lose Mike in about 15 minutes, 5 minutes, okay. He's going to leave and he has a meeting in my office, so he's gonna.
Well,
use
maybe
that.
just, and part of that sort of handout piece, if there is, if like Mike, if you have to leave and there's pieces that are on those other diagrams, and you want to provide that feedback, that would be really helpful because we do want to make sure the next version doesn't have things that are completely missing that council wanted. That's what we're trying to get through here. So let's just take a moment and look at these ones because like essentially what we're presenting here is under each of these buckets, these are the programs that we're working on bringing forward for the coming year. Okay, so Barb just talked about some specific EDI work. We also, as I said, are looking to advance some of the Mudley Fund piece within or under that umbrella, because I think the movement was that it is within that framework. And then there's the work of the accessibility plan and the committee. And I did try to include some of that committee work because it is capacity. Like running a committee at the staff level is certainly a big part of your job if that's something that people do. And there's some other pieces here. Nick just walked out. I was going to get him to speak to a couple of these. So
Take that person.
yeah, it is what it is. Is there any questions on any of these? I don't necessarily know if I could speak to all of these myself, but let's just see where if there's questions. Some of this around the programming piece is really kind of building on what Barb was just saying. We're really trying to adopt this lens, work with partners that are doing a good job of that programming. We have Community Oven here, where we say micro grants, that's small amounts of money for partners that are doing specific programming around inclusion. And I believe that's been happening for a number of years. That's a piece that I was hoping Nick could speak to. The PALS program is, I believe, a new initiative. I don't want to butcher this, but it is meant to match university students with at-risk youth.
I've never heard it.
I think that's new. Like, I don't think we've heard it.
Yeah, and I've got a lot of info up here, but I'm fairly certain that that's something that Steven Schneider has worked on in the past in other places, and
That
Nick
could be
has
what
had a
it's-
discussion with him about moving forward some work on exploring that.
I have a question through Devin to all of staff. I mean, these are all wonderful. But I am very cognizant of the amount of work it takes to do a committee, and can we, I guess actually maybe through Rob, has staff talked about your capacity and because there seems to be I don't know, a lot promised or suggested, and I am concerned about our capacity as a small town.
I just wrote that in huge letters.
Yeah, well,
It's-
just as we go through our budget and say, we've got a finite budget and this might not fit. And that would be our decision, but I would like to know from staff, is this going to push you to the wall or can you manage all this? And we've just got social equity. We haven't even got to like the next one, community wellness is huge.
I can
Has
only.
staff talked about that?
Not in, especially after what was just discussed. I think some of that will
Yeah.
bubble up in a discussion that we need to have. I know from my perspective, some of this stuff around non-market housing and the work that Lindsay and I have set up, we would not be able to do that without the funding that was announced today. And so a lot of that is being funded externally. But I mean, part of the reason that we're putting that slide up repeatedly around core services is because we do reach a ceiling at a certain point where we can't anticipate some of the day-to-day needs. And that's the core responsibility of most of the staff.
I would hope that staff have that I just may continue, and I've jumped to community wellness. Jody and Councillor McKay and I just had a brief conversation, and that may have also involved other people, but we do have partners in this community, the Historic Society and the Curling Club, and of course Acadia, and all of these groups. And I wonder if we are leveraging those partnerships in a way that best helps us provide services without relying on staff. I don't have an answer to that, but I think that would also be a worthy discussion for our 2-day session that we talked about having.
Well, I just give my commentary on it, just from some of the staffing issues and stepping into different pieces of the organization or seeing pieces that I hadn't seen. I do think some of that community development, so to speak, is what you're speaking to, is a gap. Like, and I do think that the director of Parks and Recreation, some of that relationship management is really critical. And I think where Nick, I mean, this is the perfect example. All of these events take a lot of time. Just supporting those partner events alone is quite a bit. And, you know, him and I do have conversations about, are we actually supporting these events enough? Because they are significant. So yeah, I personally, one of the gaps that I see is around that community development, relationship building, working with the partners, as you say, to get a bit more.
Is that something that we could have a discussion on? Either in the context of budget or future discussion?
I think with respect to the genuine desire to manage expectations, I mean, council has like all councils do it. You have a finite amount of resources. You're going to invest it in a staffing model that will within your capacity. Beyond that, I think we're you know, you'll undoubtedly as a council will go through a bit of a triage in terms of prioritizing the different initiatives and making the determination as to which ones are going to go first and based upon staffing capacity. And I think it's healthy that we have a fulsome understanding in terms of all of the expectations that may exist today, with the acknowledgement that some of them are going to have to be scaled back and going to be done on a sequential basis. And I think that's going to help. I think of just in the last couple of weeks, the yeoman service that Barb did in terms of supporting today's announcement, in terms of, and I can tell you as the individual who repeatedly at 10 and 11 o'clock at night, Barb was just like that, going back and forth. And Barb's indicative of many of our other like very dedicated staff. So, you know, that whole work-life balance piece and making sure that we're moving together down the road in implementing some of these worthy initiatives. So I think that it's good to have a fulsome understanding in terms of where the opportunities are. You know, for most municipalities, we're all just moving forward and on the EDI lens and other important initiatives and figuring out at this time of our trajectory, which ones are we going to do first? And that might help to inform it. But at the end of the day, and you know, at the end of the year, you might look back in the rearview mirror and say, well, there's a few things we didn't do. But as we witnessed today, there's always some very good things that get accomplished each year. And I think the important piece is for staff and council to be on the same page, to have a common understanding of what's going to be accomplished in 24, 25 based on what we have for resources, and trying to have that balanced approach in terms of moving forward. So I realize that sounds all very kind of aspirational in nature, but I think that's the balancing act that council and staff continuously try to undertake for our community.
Sure. Yes, we're better to undercommit and over-deliver, and I am a little fearful that we might be over-committing here, and then we're like, why didn't you get this done? Councillor McKay?
Thanks. Yeah, I'm gonna just go back to these things for 1 second here and say the Mudley Fund and the community oven. I've had a couple of questions on whether those can be, I beg your pardon? Yeah, sorry. On making those what the municipality's capacity is to collect donations on their behalf. So I putting that out there as something, and again, that will affect capacity, but so I don't know, but those two things were brought up to me that I did bring forward and would like to get some clarity on moving forward. When we look at community wellness, we also don't have the healthcare initiative on that bucket as a bubble. I didn't know how today was I am super nervous, honestly, going through this budget deliberation. We have not even looked at a spreadsheet. My heart attack is about to happen. And I understand this is a different delivery, and that's okay. And I really enjoyed going through the things that we've done really well and all those things. But when we're talking about capacity issues and delivering programs and doing, every one of those comes with the cost. And we said we weren't going to touch taxes, and we've already made some overarching decisions. I would hazard a guess that, well, we went from one deficit and then we made some changes. And the changes are what they are. And then now we're back up to $194,000. We haven't even attempted to take anything off the table today. We have added, and then we've added our in capital. I am fearful that we aren't going to get through this budget deliberation in any way, shape, or form without doing some real serious reflection on what we can accomplish. And right now, I'm not feeling very good about it.
Councillor.
Thank you, because I was going to say the exact thing, but you said it better. So I'm directing it to Mayor Donovan and Rob. We haven't looked at a spreadsheet. We haven't even discussed the tax rate. So how do we give direction to staff on the version 3 that's supposed to come back in March? So Mike had to leave. You have to leave at 6. Where does this leave us? That's my question.
I asked this question of Rob yesterday, and he actually had a good answer
Okay.
for me. So that gave me a little more confidence.
What did I say yesterday? No,
It's about
yeah.
some of the
No.
expenses. that are
No,
not as
indeed, and
anticipated.
I think, for example, like Mike is going to be joining Beth and Jenny tomorrow and spending the next couple of days, and so, yeah, exactly. And we thought that, when it was approached in terms of the opportunity to have Mike come back and join us, I thought, well, first of all, we need to support Beth's transition to our organization, make sure we're doing that knowledge transfer piece.
Yeah.
The other piece, of course, is in terms of when we look at the next 12 months and what is realistically we're able to achieve and what there's a low probability of, there's a lot of really significant initiatives being contemplated. But the reality is, for a variety of reasons, whether it's, just in terms of labor market considerations, availability of materials and so forth, but there's a number of projects that seem to be waning. I think that as a result of Mike's discussion with Beth and Jenny and staff in the next couple of days, we're going to have a more realistic understanding of what can truly be achieved. And what I shared with Mayor Donovan yesterday was that, well, today we're at this place here in terms of where we have showing a deficit, but one of the things that Mike has always been adept at, I understand, is that usually in terms of as our fiscal steward, if you will, has always pushed back to say, okay, what are we really going to be able to get done realistically? I think that once we have that information, when we do come back, that's when we're going to need to do the deep dive into the spreadsheet, so that if our council is not comfortable and you're saying, look, this is still too abstract, Rob, this is about dollars and cents, we'll reframe that conversation, we'll have it again, and we won't be moving forward until council's comfortable, and we will schedule whatever meetings council needs to make sure that your confidence level is where it needs to be before this is moving forward to for ratification.
Can I just add to that a little bit? I think that everything that certainly I've put in here, and I feel like I know the operation pretty well. I don't think there's anything that I've shown so far that's a really big stretch. Most of this is things we're already doing. And I think part of what is missing from some of this conversation and sometimes is quite a few of these initiatives are not going to be one-year initiatives. Like they're going to span multiple years, and depending on how partners respond or different things, like those events are just the same events that we did last year. We haven't added anything. And a lot of that work that you see around community wellness is actually happening now. And some of that, so I think there's some, I'm just trying to find the stuff that
I think
is maybe
I
really
think we
not-
just are cognizant that we are less than a month away from when we typically do this, and we haven't looked at a spreadsheet yet to see how this is all shaking out.
And I do think there is new things. The PALS is there, the healthcare initiative, we're gonna have the housing, even though you've been working on it, it's now full blown, here we go. The wayfinding we haven't started, and then there's a new town hall, even though we've done preliminary stuff, all the logistics that go with all that, there's still a lot, like, that's a lot of work for y'all to finish in that amount of time. And I say the same thing in our house. It's the only reason we're still married, under promise and over deliver. That is the key to successful relationships, and just ask Renee. No, just kidding. I think it's key to make sure, if we say we're doing things, to make sure we get those done. And there's still transitional things happening, right? Like, that's still gonna have to learn all of the things that and all of the things that are gonna change over the next little while. We still have some transition to happen. So we're not gonna hit the ground running just because we approved the budget even April 1st. We've got learning to be had. So I just want to be cognizant, and I do agree with Rob. I think there has to be a work-life balance. Laura answers, it's like everybody answers, Alex answers text. They all answer at every hour of the day. I don't think that's what any of us want for the staff. So I just want to be cognizant.
Oh, wow.
Okay, I still, oh, sorry, my
Councillor
turn.
Madeira Voss, and then.
Okay. Okay, just from the past budget deliberations, Director McLean we would say, if we reduce the tax rate, and he would give us dollars and cents, and then I would feel comfortable. He'd be, writing it down, and then he'd go back. So we haven't looked at a spreadsheet. We haven't actually talked about like a fulsome discussion about the tax rate. So I'm still confused. Would we have another meeting because of the time? So we would have another meeting. Okay,
Yeah.
that makes sense. Okay, that's what I wasn't clear about, because I was like, if we did not have another meeting, then,
Got
okay,
to.
that's fine.
Maybe more than one.
Okay.
Well, yes, I'm happy to know we are having it, and I expected, to be honest, to have another meeting, because I have to say, I have found these documents very, very helpful. Helpful in the sense that I can go out to the community,
Yeah.
somebody asks me, and I can point to a picture, tell them to go online. And I think it demystifies what we do. And it's really important that people understand that there's a lot of value behind the taxpayers' dollars, and this is where you can see it going. And I think some of the time when I look at a spreadsheet, as much as I like those numbers, I'm much more visual. And I like to be able to show a picture or a diagram that synthesizes some of that. And I think it's a little bit easier for me to communicate. So I was looking at today really as an interim step between when we get down to that nitty gritty of looking through a spreadsheet and getting a full picture of all the pieces that we look to and how they integrate one with the other. Because I think that's, for me, sometimes, there's a category and a bunch of lists, but to see how everything interconnects, I think is really important, because it shows how thoughtful our process is in a way, and how we're trying to be very coordinated in the things that we support. So I didn't want to,
No.
what I
Deputy Mayor, and then. Rob.
Okay, I just wanted to assure the staff that we expect to be told if we're piling too much on you. Right? Like the management meetings, people should have their input to Rob, and then it feeds down, because he has to be the arbitrator, I think. Nobody wants to disappoint anybody by saying, oh, I can't do this and this, this, and this. So have those discussions, please.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Your Worship, and through the chair. Just as a conversation, I think that in terms of when this was, the presentation today was being prepared, and it was very much in terms of giving council fulsome understanding of the activities that are going on within our community and that are driven by our organization. And we've also spoken about the importance of whenever council does adopt a budget for 24-25 to make sure that we are doing an effective job of communicating with our citizens in terms of what they're getting for their money, the taxes that they entrust to council. But just when you even look at our social equity lens, and you look at all of the varied programs that are offered and supported by council. My goodness, as municipalities go, we've come a long way from providing services to, you know, to properties and so forth and that, and this is all being done on a, you know, property taxation model. So in terms of you continue to expand your role, you continue to fill those gaps that are in our community that that need to be addressed. And so, you know, when you look at what's being offered today compared to 10 and 15 years ago, there's that evolution here. So, and you're still doing it within the same revenue source that you always have. So I think that that is something that's that can't be overstated. But yet you know, councils across the country and here continue to respond to these needs and that's a point of that's a bragging right that council can justifiably have. But we need to make sure that it doesn't get lost in the narrative, so our citizens understand in terms of how council continues to step up on behalf of the broader community. And the social equity one is one that really personifies that, because it's not just about providing services to the property. It's also beyond that in terms of so many other areas.
Okay. Kevin?
What we're showing here is completely in line with what was in the budget. Like we're not showing anything in here that's not budgeted, I guess. Is that part of the concern, is that we're showing things that aren't in the budget, or capacity? Yeah. Yeah, no, yeah. Fair. Okay. I'll keep going or
Sure, keep going.
okay. So these are some of the other initiatives. Some of this is carryover from previous ops plans, but some of this is also, you know, depending on partners. We had Acadia Sustainability come in, and I think that's a bit of a longer term project and alignment piece. And part of the reason why we showed some of their strategic directions at the beginning, but you know, a project like that, for instance, and some of the aspirations they have around, for example, the solar farm that they presented, you know, that's multi-year in nature. Some of the work that I think there will be full-on council involvement in, community involvement in, is the urban forest management work. So we have a very active, keen group talking about invasives in the town along trails. Then we have Peter Dunker coming in and advising us on tree policy. And then we have the hemlock work that is ongoing as well. And some of this, again, is a good example of that community development kind of model, where there are people in town that are very keen to take on some of this work and inform the budget and the work of council. I'd say one of the biggest changes from version 1 to version 2 of the budget that is in the table in the information report is just around actually moving towards funding the Soups and Sides pilot. So that's on one of the first pages of the information report. There's details of how we've moved between version 1 and version 2, and that amount is in there. I think there's still some question on the best way for the town to support the community oven. I think that's ongoing dialogue. I wasn't able to attend a session that Duncan organized yesterday, but I think there's probably an opportunity soon for the community oven to come in and present to council. I think that would be a prudent step and look at what we can do. What I've asked them in the shorter term is, what can we do right now in the next few months to help support the great programming that they're doing? And that's more on the small things, like how can the operation that you're running in our public park be better supported? So that's one of the things that we've been working on.
Councilor Palmer?
In the community oven, are we funding them every year, or are they asking, do we give them money every year or regularly?
We do. Nick would know this better than I do, but I believe we're giving them, I might be misquoted here, but I think it's a $5,000
Or they're part of the
strategic partnership program. Yeah.
Thank you.
Maybe I'll keep going.
Yep.
So this is infrastructure management piece. A lot of this, again, is similar, and a lot of these are multi-year projects that are carrying forward. And a lot of this is related to us building our capacity around asset management and being able to bring that better information and better do some of the work that Alex was alluding to. That is significant around capacity. So I'm really happy to hear that people are concerned about that. I think that new position that we have in the budget and the capital budget can really help move some of these forward. I mean, the most important one up there from my perspective is around our sewer treatment plant. We can't really accommodate much growth without those upgrades. Economic development. So I think we've touched on some of these before. This is, speaking of capacity, this is an area that probably, you could write a job description around that, what I'm showing there alone.
And we used to have somebody who did that.
And you could have 3
Least
people
some of
working on
those.
those things easily. Depending, again, that's a level of service discussion, I think. So the housing work on the bottom here, so creating more options and housing and working with the university, I think some of the accelerator funds are going to be able to do that. I think what I've had a desire to sort of unpack is what is the value of some of the regional relationships that we have. The chamber has done different things over the years. They used to really focus on tourism and they no longer do. The REN as well seems to have shifted into tourism, but now they're not. And what value are they really adding to the town, and what value could our own employee add? Some of that work that we're setting up at the very top around tourism is really for our role of setting the stage in tourism. Our Welcome Center does a lot of that. And so that's a really positive investment. And some of that is a partnership with the WBDC, like the Wolf Hill sign, some of the other placemaking stuff. I think that's really important stuff for visitors and something that the business community is really vested in. The expansion and attraction, I'm just listing a few things there, but there is ongoing work around the rail line that is coming to council as part of the Devour MOU. So I have a presentation from Devour coming to update the memorandum of understanding we have now, and construction of the patio that we've funded on the water side of the building. And I've mentioned the C2 work and some of the downtown stuff that I'm hoping can be packaged in with this plan review that we're going to be doing with the Accelerator Fund.
Next question.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Oh, good.
Around the REN, will they be coming to give us an update? And my other question is, how much money have we given them, or have we given them any money?
Yes, we pay whatever our
35,000?
annual register.
35,000? We already did give them, right?
Yes, because we are a member.
Right.
And they have just hired, I don't know the person's name, but I just heard yesterday at a REN meeting, they have a new executive director. Jennifer will stay on in a capacity, but and that was her choice to step down from the executive director. So they have a new person, and maybe when that person gets here, I don't know who it is. They'll come and present to us. They usually do.
Yeah. That'll be interesting.
I'm sorry. Ian, go ahead.
So first of all, the Devour, you think the Devour patio is going to be this year, or hopefully?
I have a whole series of drawings and renderings that I'm going to bring. I have some agreements, different things. So March 5th, we're going to have a presentation from Vincent showing that stuff. I've met with them just to prep that stuff. Yeah.
So I just want to be clear. So we're talking about a new employee for Alex at this stage, and that's you guys have officially asked or officially asking for that, and you're going to be asking for a new employee too.
Yeah, I have a job description written basically for a senior planner, so Lindsay can spend her time fully managing the Accelerator Fund, and we're working on procurement now around having more of a standing offer situation to manage 3 years of consultants. So we would have, we're going to need some different types of consultants. So we're putting out more of a general call. And I think our procurement policy, that'll again come to council. So that's ready. I'm just reviewing that and we're going to bring that soon.
And at this point, we're short Director of Parks or whatever his title was, Kelton's position, so that we're short an employee right now.
Yeah, and there hasn't really been a ton of discussion around that. I
Been
think
zero discussion about it that I'm
I
aware
don't
of.
know that we discussed replacing that position.
Yeah, that's right.
No.
But we're short a position.
Well,
I,
redistribute.
yeah. I think that was more of a restructuring that happened, but I mean, from my perspective, it was a bit of a wait and see to see how things play out. So I think we're in a decision point that a potential new CAO may want to go and have that position or not, or work with council. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
on that
I
one.
think that position is gone and the new
Okay.
CAO would have to bring back a
Okay.
position.
So are we carrying that position in our budget or not?
No.
No.
Councillor McKay?
Thank you. Yeah, I had the same question as Councillor Madeira Voss on the update from the REN. I'd really like to see what they're doing. I think maybe we talked about that. What is the timing? You said the VIC was, Visitor Information Center was being torn down next week. When is it being, when do we think it will be operational?
The date for substantial completion of the building will be the end of July this year.
Okay.
That being said, substantial completion doesn't necessarily mean move-in ready. So it's likely if we do open that new facility this season, it will be late in the season.
Okay. Thank you. And it was gonna come back as part of my package, but, or my report from the WBDC, but they will be, putting in a job description. They will be hiring a coordinator that will not be, Sienna is gonna be done. And they will be hiring one that is not it will be a seasoned professional. That will be it. So to help them finish up and keep working on their work that, we rely on them quite a bit for economic development as well. So we'll see that. We had a fairly lengthy budget discussion on that and they really want someone to keep it going and make sure that they're finishing their initiatives, which they felt they haven't done as much as they would like to because it's all volunteer based. So you'll see that advertisement come up somewhere about that
More
shortly.
like about 10 years ago when they had a full-time position.
Yeah, so it's not going to be an executive director to what that was, because that was pretty much the whole budget. But it will be a coordinator, but someone who has a skill set
Okay.
that they're, through their budget.
Part-time.
It will be part-time, but it's like 30 hours, like we're looking at 9 to 2, keep the office open most days and keep things going to work with our staff as well.
And do you want to say anything else about you just reminded me there. Nick has had some discussions with the WBDC about using that as a bit of a temporary VIC. And I think that was,
We didn't talk about that through the budget, but I'm sure if they're open to that as a space, that's great. And they'll have staff, which is.
Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that the other alternative would be Randall House, which is in the park. So that would be a partnership. We could turn a room over as a temporary VIC. Just throw that out there.
great idea.
That's a good idea. Okay, we are, I think everybody was committed to at least 6. I think we have some flexibility to maybe 6:30, but I'm sure others have other commitments, but
I don't, so let me just skip ahead here. So we did that. Yeah, we're really wrapping up here. So this was the last sort of bucket of initiatives. There has been talk with Acadia, particularly through the housing accelerator work, to do an actual comprehensive parking piece of work. I've mentioned that before. It's not coordinated and there's some housing there, some work with housing. And a lot of these are more core offerings, I would call them. So these are things that happen year over year. And some of this is more exploratory. I don't think there's anything completely new or out of the ordinary here. And then the last couple pieces of this, and I think it seems like there's kind of a movement to get more into the details at a secondary meeting. So I think things to think about are, is there a desire for other committees? I've heard some of them, but if there is other desire, I think it's good for us to bring back the realities of the capacity, who's going to be managing that, so we can really run that through at a staff level. We really do need to have staff capacity on those. And we're not presenting, all the bylaw reviews, policy reviews, contract standing offers, leases. Those have typically been in the operations plan, and Aaron would have gone through all those. That's another piece that needs to come. Again, it's kind of a capacity thing. I think the goal today was really, are we hitting the mark of the projects so that when Beth and Mike and Jenny get together to sort of really crunch this final version to show you what the new shortfall will be? Because I think that was a bit of a preliminary number that we just took some changes and plugged it in. And I think that's meeting with Mike on Thursday, Friday. So that should really help move us ahead with the final version, maybe a couple versions. So yeah, I think that's it. The information report, I wasn't going to go through in any great detail. It does have some tax rate information in there as well to think about.
Can I ask a question there? Go back to your previous slide there, Deb. The plans and studies, do we have any studies that are outstanding right now, or we're not waiting for anybody's response or anything at this stage? Is there anything out there?
Yes, so we,
Parks.
Yeah, sorry, parks. That's a big one, right?
Steven Schneider.
Oh, Steven Snyder, right. So when do we hear back from him? Next month?
yes.
And he's done a,
March. Yeah, I believe it's in March.
yeah, March was the last time when I talked to him
And
at work.
externally, we still are waiting on the rec. And I think that in the next month, there might be some more discussions on the rec study that has not been
Okay.
fully released.
Any other one with the fire hall or the fire?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Yes,
right.
yes, and
yeah.
that's-
Okay, no, good. I was just looking for a refresher. That's all.
Barb, holding the mic, so I think you want to talk.
Just to provide the update on the community safety office feasibility piece that Dr. Schneider is working on. He will be presenting to council. I think it's March 20, the March council meeting, not COW. He's going to come in and do a full presentation to council at that time, with lots of time for answering questions from council. You will also be provided with a shorter report at that time. And then he will be following up about a month or so later after receiving some feedback with a final report, which will be far more in depth. And as I indicated previously, we're not looking for any funding at this time. It's going to take quite a bit to kind of unpack that and see kind of where we might resource that plan.
And when
Councillor
he
Oliver?
presents, sorry, and when he presents that, that'll be in public, not in camera.
That's correct. Yeah, and that's why it was booked into, we're trying to present these big pieces of work in a way that council actually has time to absorb the information, ask all the questions, and to have some discussion. So that's actually why we booked it into that council time, rather than just committee of the whole, and also to give a little bit of additional time for him to finish up the work.
Councillor McKay?
Just from a process point of view, we almost, I mean, we haven't been lately, but for the most part, we always receive documents at committee of the whole. And then, because anything we do at council is binding, like there is no, oh, maybe not. And there's no time in between to think about it. So I don't love things coming directly to council for that reason. The process has always been for the last 7 years I've been here. You go to committee of the whole, we have a fulsome discussion, we want more information, we can take it back to the next committee of the whole. But every time we pump it to council, there's a certain expectation that there's going to be a decision made. And I think that's bad business, honestly. Especially when things come quickly. I'm not a big fan, so I just put that out there, that it's never been practiced, that it's never been policy. It would always come to committee of the whole first, and
Unless it's an emergency.
sure,
Something that you can't.
I wouldn't consider this
Yeah.
an emergency,
No.
or, some of the other ones, even information reports, there is that sense that, especially when there's people in the gallery, that you're here to make a decision, even though it's an information report, there's that sense of duty and responsibility that we all feel. And I sometimes think we just don't make the best decisions when we're put on the spot. I just think it's not the best way to do business.
Are you referring to Stephen's presentation coming to council on March 19th specifically?
Well, I just don't know what, well, it just
Okay.
because that was the first I heard, that's fine.
Yeah, yeah.
But in general, I mean, we did homelessness to direct the council as an information report. Though I feel like those things we should be given some time to think about them and ask questions in between, because staff is great at answering our questions in between council and gives us a sober second thought, or gives us the ability to fine tune directions as we go forward. So I like that better. I just feel more comfortable with that. I think it's, but I'm not saying we are going to make a decision at that meeting, but I find it interesting that the last few we've done that, and I'm not really sure why we've gotten out of that process. Just an observation.
It's certainly not like we also want to support the sort of due diligence and the process and time for reflection. Yeah.
I'm just looking in my calendar, and unless I've missed something, we have a meeting, the meeting on the 29th, which is a community engagement meeting. It's not a meeting, it's information. I'm assuming, unless I'm missing something, the only time we have scheduled to have a fulsome discussion of the spreadsheets is on March the 5th. And I think we need to schedule, I don't think, I'm sure that there'll be a lot of other things coming to us for that committee of the whole. And so I think that I don't suggest we pick a date now, but I feel like this is really great information, but we haven't got down to the level of discussion that we need to pass the budget. And if we're going to pass it on the 19th, then we need to do some more. So I just leave that to staff, and maybe, I don't know, if the rest of you feel that we need more than, I don't know what's on the committee of the whole. Is that a full day?
It's a part day.
A part day. So
I'm just wondering if you could bump that to a full day and then discuss budget in the afternoon.
that might be, that's a good suggestion, but maybe, because I don't know what else is on committee of the whole for that day, but we need a lot more time to have this discussion with the numbers and how it impacts the tax rate. And
Are people open to that suggestion? We could work towards that. That's a good idea.
Potentially, I mean, I'd have to check my other calendar, but, and even if there's not, I'm not sure what's on that committee of the whole, but is it crucial?
Yeah.
Or does budget trump whatever's there? Because I'm guessing we're not gonna make any other decisions for this year. Well, until we're almost done.
Probably not.
To the wire.
yes, maybe you could,
I don't know,
staff
but
could
say.
talk about that, and
Yeah.
but we need a good chunk of time to look at the details and come up with what for us is a balanced budget.
Great.
Yeah.
Just want to make a comment. I think if we have a few more minutes, if we do jump ahead to slide 52, we could talk about, if you have another half an hour to take us to 6 o'clock, at least it'll give you some food for thought. There have been changes to the operating budget. When we had the managers meeting on February the 8th, I believe it was, we talked about where we were with the budget. we had some open-ended items that Devin and Alex wanted to work on in order to present the capital budget. I think the presentation today really was to show how much they've done, how far we've come, and to give you a sense of positivity as far as what's been accomplished. There are certainly budget numbers as far as the operating budget in this presentation, in the information report. It's unfortunate we didn't get to that today, but if you do have that and you can refer to it, at least we'll be better informed for the next meeting. There are some discussions as far as, or topic relations as far as what impact to, whether it be the residential or the commercial tax rate, gives you a little synopsis as far as what that impact will be. And then we can kind of, salivate that in our mouths a little bit to understand where we're going to be. There was also a part of that, knowing that we were going to get the Housing Accelerator funding, that we had to hold back before the full presentation was put forward. So there's a little bit more strategy that went into this meeting than perhaps we were the time allowed for.
Jen, you look like you're gonna say
Yeah,
something.
Yeah, so I mean, as a question, where does that fit in with the budget, the accelerator fund that was just announced today? We didn't talk about it and
It's
because we haven't talked about numbers.
$468,000 landing in our bank account in 4 installments. So it's over $1.8 million. So we're working on a more detailed budget. We included that in the information report, but we just put TBD.
So that would come back in the version 3 is what I'm saying. Some
Exactly.
of that, okay.
Yeah.
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 Maybe
Councillor
once we
Kane?
see that.
Yeah, maybe once
Like
we-
that will,
once we see that,
so, we knew it was coming, but until you see how that all shuffles out and what the asks look like and what capacity you need to add, like all of those things shuffle out to hopefully zero, at the end of the day, but, it'll be nice to see that, because then you get a sense of like a comfort that, where we're
Today,
gonna land.
today was super helpful from my perspective anyway, because I think we're kind of on the same page initiative wise, and you've even said to, maybe dial it back a little bit. So, hey, that's great.
Yeah, well,
thought the discussion-
specifically to, the accelerator fund will likely pay for one of the positions that
100%.
we,
Yeah.
but yes, it would give a level of comfort if we knew that. And I understand, I don't know if this is public, but this is what it is now. Well, no, I understand that some of the bills for some of the big ticket items that we anticipate are not as high as were included in version 1 or whatever. So, but seeing that will give us a level of comfort.
I think we had great conversation today. That's not it. I'm used to some numbers. So when we talked about when we were talking about keeping our tax rate below the inflation, and we talked about the service exchange that we got, and that's sort of how I think Mike talked about it. So usually when we're talking about the tax rate and all that stuff, we talk about it a few times so that all of us go back to the taxpayers and say, this is why we did this and this is why we didn't. So I'm just asking for the numbers. So when we explain things, this is where we got the money. That's where I'm coming from in my head.
I really did like all of these, and I agree with his, that these are super great for great talking points. I just like to know because there are some people who will ask you, but what about, what does that actually mean behind it? And those are the things that I think just a level of detail that's just nice to have if you get questioned on a secondary one, you can back it up with the true information.
Okay, good discussion. Before we adjourn, I have been asked if council could have a debrief, and if we are a little bit before 6, so if we adjourn now, I think is everyone amenable to that? Is there anything else, staff, before I call for an adjournment? Thank you. Thank you so much. all
Kevin,
of
can I
you
make a
for-
suggestion to those bubbles? Like those ones that have the pluses, like some of them are like barely started. And some of them are almost 99% done. And that would have been nice to have are they half done, like for the talking points? Like, are those bubbles, yeah.
Fade out.
Okay,
Okay.
can I just mention some?
Yes, go ahead.
I want to apologize. I just tried to put something in my calendar regarding the meetings and I didn't, for some reason have sent everybody some kind of notice. And I don't know how that happened, but please ignore it because it was,
Are
it
we
was
invited
me.
to a party?
No, it's a council meeting, but I was
Oh.
just trying to make an adjustment in my calendar. And when I added it, it
Jody
also
does
sent
that all the
out.
time. I don't know how she does it. She does it a lot. All right,